It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. Some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but someday we'll realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend with Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. Every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Hee-haw! Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. How y'all doing, honey chow? Live on Instagram, live on CMRTV.com, live on Facebook, live on YouTube, and of course, Bobo, my Bobo listeners, 103.1 FM. How are you guys doing? Everybody good? It's a beautiful Friday in paradise. Why not? I know I'm good. Oh, yeah, honey chow. All right. No complaints allowed. Oh, let me see here. Good morning, all of my lovely peeps. Patricia, Marshall, Palmer, Wee Wee, Strong Wilt, Miss Emma in the house, Irvelyn, Barbara G, Island Pearl. Who else we got? Big up yourselves. Make sure you say good morning. Find your Caymanian manners. I don't care where you're from. Go ahead. Let me know in the comment section. There you go, Vanessa. Good. Good morning to you. Instagram folks, can we get a couple good mornings? I'm going to put you on the naughty class. I am going to put you in the naughty class. Good morning. Oh. Hi, Bonnie. How you doing, Miss Bonnie? Looking good, looking good. Yes, bring it on in. Hello, Robert. Good morning. Good morning from Round Rock, Texas. Yes, tell me where you're listening from. Hello, Chrissy. Morning to you. Who else we got? We got lots of people here. I'm going to force y'all to say good morning this morning. It is a beautiful day in paradise. Why not? Good morning to one and good morning to all. Yes, indeed. So we got a lot to cover. And no doubt we had a very engaging conversation yesterday. Hello, Irvelyn says, good morning, Auntie. Teach them some manners, you know? Taking out my belt this morning, my virtual belt. Good morning, Miss Rhonda. How are you? Yes, I love to see it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Oh, let me get the links for everyone. Instagram, y'all not got no manners. Not a single Instagram person has said good morning yet. Come on now. Step up to the plate. Hello, good morning, Nicole. Look at that. Yes, you tell them. My mama taught me manners. Mm-hmm. Honey chill. Oh, Lord, we haven't talked about America in a bit. And can I tell you, it's just getting worse over there. I'm not getting into it this morning, but we'll touch on some stuff next week. The latest is now circumcision. They don't want you to circumcise your baby boys because that might give them autism. You can't make this up. I mean, oh my God. Dumb and Dumber and Dumbest, all in America, politics. They're taking it to a whole new level. And those of you supporters, at some point, you got to know that you're making yourself look really stupid, supporting the likes of Donald Trump and his minions who talk about circumcision is going to give you autism. Then every man practically would be autistic. That don't even make any sense. I can't take stupid. I'm sorry, but I really can't. Good Lord knows he didn't design me for that life. Okay. Well, I'm working on a couple cases for you, just FYI. And a couple of them are related to, what shall we say, some court-related matters. Yes, there's a couple that I'm going to drop the bomb. Ay. What a mess. Well, it's a beautiful Friday in paradise. Yes, Rakesh, you tell him. Rakesh said, good morning from India. Thank you, Rakesh. Look at that. Your Indian brothers and sisters got manners. That was Instagram. Where's the rest of you on Instagram? Come on now. Behave yourself. Step up to the plate. I'll tell you what, the people who tune in on Facebook and YouTube, good morning, Miss Amelia. Yes, honey child, I see you. YouTuber 345 says good morning. Nathania's here. Good morning, honey child. They're the ones with the manners around here. I'm just saying. I love it. I absolutely love it. Let me see here now. Andrew Campbell, yes, good morning to you. Damaris, are you? Oh, yep, Queens, New York. Look at that. I was going to say, are you in New York or are you traveling today? Good morning, Nicole. Jennifer Martinez in the house. How you doing, honey child? Diane, good morning. Good morning, Natasha. And what's up? Good morning, Mr. Woodrow. How you doing? Stephanie Brooks, beautiful. I saw your pictures the other day, Stephanie, that you put out from way back when. Not for nothing, but you were so pretty. Natural beauty, too. Not no pile of makeup like how some of these girls have to do. Love to see our beautiful Caymanian queens. You know, Marlon's cousin always says to me, you know, Caymanians have a certain look about y'all. I said, really? He said, yeah. He teaches here, so he swears that we have a look. I said, okay. But I think her look can be unique, but then it's also a universal look because I've seen other people. If you were to look at them, you'd swear they were from West Bay or Georgetown, where they're like, nope, not from here. I met a young lady recently, Dr. Sarah. You guys are going to meet her soon. When you see her, you're going to think she's Caymanian. She looks like one of us. Beautiful. Beautiful queen. Beautiful sister. Miss Sonia, good morning to you. Mirror Star is here. Dean Sinclair, blessings. Happy Friday. Rich, good morning. Miss Yulene, I love it. Bring in the good mornings. Yes, Curtis. What do you say? Curtis is so naughty. From Dwaynesville. We're going to get to that after a guess. I can't even with you guys. OMG. Seriously, behave yourself this morning because what he was saying during the election, quitters and hitters. Well, it seems like he's the king of the quitters, but we're going to get to that. Don't worry. Felicia Rankin is here. Good morning, darling. Irvin says it's true that we do have a look to us. You think so? Huh. All right. Good morning, Miss Lucille, joining us from the UK. How you feeling? I know you've been a little bit under the weather, so I've been thinking about you. Lucille, good morning to you. Yes, I said good morning. Mark, good morning, Mark. First time listener from Oz. What? Mark, thank you so much. I am tickled pink when I hear that people are still discovering us here. And they're still tuning in. So welcome, and hopefully you'll enjoy the program. Now, we don't do a whole lot of hand-holding. I should warn you, Mark. We're not that kind of show. You know, sometimes it gets a little rough and ready. As I say, rough and regular around here. But in the end, we are survivors. Last night, I was tickled pink to have the opportunity to be interviewed by a young lady. I said, look at God working. Remember a couple of weeks ago, I'd gotten a message that Mario had a show, and of course, they were thinking of the wrong Mario. Turns out it's Mario and his crew, and they are starting some content, which I love, Mario Barrett and his crew. It's called Flash Talks, the uncut edition. Go check them out on YouTube. And so they invited me for an interview, and I did it last night with Nikki B, and it was fun. I really, really enjoyed myself. It's nice to be on the other end of the interview table sometimes, you know? And she had sent me some questions in advance. And before we went live, she's like, what did you think of the questions? I said, honey, child, I don't look at questions in advance. I try to be present in the moment. That meant Zeus was in the studio with me, child. And we just did the interview just like that. There were some really good questions. I like her style. I enjoyed it. Who knows? Maybe they'll team up with CMR TV one day. We're here for it. Miss Olivia, good morning to you too. Philip, yes. Hello. I love it. Irvin says, you all look Kimanian, whatever that look is. Oh my God, that's so funny. The real Michelle, hello. My notebook is in hand, she says. Yes, girl, you're gonna learn some stuff today. Politics and politics and everything in between. But before we get to any of that, morning, Nellie. Morning, Miss Ethel. She says, good morning to all the CMR fam. Miss Carol is here. Yes, good morning to everyone. Before we get to all of that, and we have our minister coming on this morning. This Friday is like Hot Friday. You guys are getting it, right, Siobhan? Good morning. Before we get to all of that, though, we have some guests in the studio who are here to remind you an important deadline is coming right up. So you got to be paying attention now. Like you said, have your notebook in hand, because we don't tell you these things for it to go in one ear and out the other. No. The Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture, and Heritage is here. Miss Tanisha Barnes, good morning.
Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, listeners.
How are you?
I am fabulous. How about you?
Yeah, we're doing great. It's Friday. We love a Friday around here. We also have Alanis Linwood Amore. Good morning, Miss Alanis.
Good morning, everyone.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Hope everyone's
good. All right, ladies, I'm going to put you in the hot seat. Before we get started in your topic, since you represent culture and heritage, do you think Caymanians have a look?
I would say no.
No? Tanisha, what do you think?
I think, certain families have certain traits. So like in my mom's family, a lot of people have, the cleft chin. I didn't get it. So, you do have certain family features that range from district to district. So you can look at someone and say, hey, that's a McLean, that's a Parchment. So there might be that little bit. So to that extent, yes, there might be, those family bonds.
Well, apparently when foreigners come to Cayman, they think we have a look.
Oh.
Yeah, interesting. All right. Little fun question for the day. Do Caymanians have a particular look? Like, do you think if you were in a room and there were 10 Caymanians, say out of 30 non-Caymanians, would you be able to successfully pick out the 10 Caymanians. What do you think? How many would you get right, Tanisha?
Oh, you put me on the spot. I'm gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say one. I'll probably get one.
No, you got to know everybody. Yeah, it's so and so, and I know your sister because she went to school with me, and your granny used to make the top. And oh no, you're gonna get you're probably
Oh,
gonna
see,
get,
one of my past students is that Miss Barnes from Georgetown Primary? Yes, yes, it is. So they spotted me.
yes. So you probably get 9 out of 10, and you gonna know
Okay.
everybody. That's so and so son removed twice, and his cousin, and she all up in it. Alanis, how many do you think you would get right?
Out of 10, honestly, probably one as well. I think as soon as I hear their mouth, like once they start talking, I'm like, all right.
Then you can get it. Then you can get it.
Yeah.
All right. I feel you. I mean, I think I could probably get 5 out of 10. I think.
Mm.
Yeah. But anyway, beautiful people all over. And we are here to talk about the upcoming National Recognition Awards. Now, Tanisha and Alanis, the deadline is fast approaching.
Indeed,
So,
is the 16th of this month. Yes.
oh my gosh. If people haven't done it yet, they got to get on it like this weekend. It takes a minute to fill out the applications. It's easy in the sense that once you get in, but you got to get documents together. So if you've been thinking about it, your window of opportunity is closing. So tell us a little bit now, in case people missed the last show, what is coming up. It's your last chance. Nomination deadline is next week, Wednesday, October the 15th. Let's talk about the theme and the various categories for the National Recognition Awards this year, formerly Heroes Day, basically.
That is correct. So this year's theme is honoring a nation built, the power of physical infrastructure. So you think about all of those companies that deal with building the Cayman Islands up. So we're encouraging those persons, and we also have three categories that go with it. So sometimes I forget the category. So we have the landmark leaders, and that is open to 25 individuals across the 3 islands who have led or contributed to the creation of major public infrastructure in the Cayman Islands before 1917. That's the caveat, before 1917. Right. The other category is the pioneers, which is open to 75 individuals, and they should have contributed at least 30 years or more. And the last one is a group category, which is the builders of Cayman, and that's open to organizations, large organizations, such as, construction companies that have been in operation for 30 years or more here in the Cayman Islands.
All right, wonderful. Now, let's make sure that people understand how the actual selection process is going to work, because not everyone who gets submitted is necessarily going to be chosen. But that's why you want to help yourself by at least doing the submission, right?
Yes. So when individuals put forward a nomination, it goes to the nomination. It's called the National Recognition Nominations Committee. I know it's a mouthful. And what they do is they review all of the applications or nominations against the criteria. And then once they put in their recommendation, it goes to cabinet. Cabinet then approves it. And then that's where we see who's recognized on National Heroes Day. I just want to make a point that the group award is quite vast. So the category does not only include businesses like construction companies, but it also includes some of our big organizations that have led to physical infrastructure, like some of them, not name dropping them, but the electrical companies, we're talking about the water, we're talking about those who have helped build our roads. And yeah, that's the process.
Yeah, so that one would be, again, organizations, whether, could be NPOs, environmental stewardship, community service groups, any group really, but again, groups who have contributed to ports, airports, roads, utilities, public buildings. So it's a pretty vast category in terms of, it could be some interesting people, some interesting groups nominated for that one. Yeah. Very good. And can you self-nominate?
Yes, you can. So you can self-nominate as well. And for those persons who may have connectivity issues at home, We've partnered with the public libraries again this year. So they have computers at the different locations, as well as someone who's there to help you if you're unable to get on or you need a little help. So again, we have the public libraries. They're located in every district. So, please, if you need some assistance, please, stop by your local public library.
Yeah, but they're not going to do the application for you, to be clear.
No, they will help you. They'll help guide you.
Yeah, they'll help you with the internet part of it.
Yes, and we've tried to make it as user-friendly as possible. Alanis and the team, I think over the years, we've streamlined the form that has become really easy. And the website is www.gov.ky/ is it YSCH?
YSCH.
Yes.
YSCH. And then
Yeah.
when people go on the website, they click a nominate today button. It's quite big. It's a blue button.
Yeah, can't
That
miss it.
Yeah, that would take them directly to the form. We also have a tab called National Recognitions Awards. And in that tab, you can look through some of our frequently asked questions. There's also a video of some of our nomination committee members as well, talking about the importance of physical infrastructure. I've seen it on CMR and on your social media pages, so thank you very much. And we also have a how-to video. But of course, if anyone has questions, we are here to help. They can call us at 244-2424 or email us at nhd@gov.ky. And yeah, you have a couple of days left.
Yeah. All right. So one of the key things for the group award, it says here, in order for an organization to be eligible, they have to have been established 30 years or more with a proven record of distinguished and consistent service and infrastructure development. So that means that if an organization disappeared years ago, could they still be nominated?
Yes,
they
they
still have
can
to
be.
be? Oh,
So
okay.
they can be nominated. So as Alanis alluded to earlier, is that it will go to the nomination committee and we will
Yes.
discuss it. So we have on the nomination committee individuals from each district, as well as people who are experts within this field as well, who help us go through the application forms and the nominations. And from that, to your point, if it is a company that was in existence years ago, but as long as they met the threshold, they will be nominated. So I always tell people, when in doubt, still nominate, and then we can go through it. And one of the things we ask is for the nominators' information. And that is if we need, as a committee, if we find that we need to find more information or the pieces that we need a little bit more to elaborate on to help us with our selection, we will call the nominator and ask them for more details. So that is one of the important things that we ask people to put down their telephone number or their email, because it's in the form, so that we can contact you in case the committee needs extra information.
Yeah, or you can also put in a reference. So if you know that you are going to nominate your next door neighbor, but for whatever reason, you don't know a lot of information, but you know someone that knows them, as long as you get, their agreement, consent, put whoever is a reference. It could also be a next of kin, a parent, children, and anyone that you know that might have additional information. The committee and through the ministry, we do the hard work of finding the information, because we want to get sufficient details, and we understand that people might not know everything about an individual, but they know that they are deserving.
Fantastic. So Giselle has a suggestion for someone who should be nominated. Don't put a suggestion in there, girl. Get online and do it.
Exactly. Nominate today.
Yeah.
Yes. Fill out the application. Right. So we have the infrastructure innovators. Let's talk a little bit about who these individuals are. Again, is this the first time you're putting a cap on how many in each category?
No. So the early pioneers, the previous or the year before last, there was a cap when we had cultural artists and creatives. But this year we've done a cap for both the early pioneers, which is the landmark leaders, and the innovators, infrastructure innovators. And one thing that we have also said through some of our radio interviews is that some people say, oh, well, what if you get hundreds of nominations and stuff? So a lot of individuals could still get recognized under the group award. So if you work for an organization, but you might not have met the criteria under infrastructure innovators, like you can still get that recognition through your work.
Through our,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So 75 individuals for this category, and that's across all 3 islands who played a long-term transformative role in national infrastructure development. Let's go through the eligibility criteria for this one, Tanisha.
For which one is, repeat that again, Sandra?
The infrastructure innovators. Let's just go through the eligibility criteria.
Yeah, so that's open to 75 individuals. And again, they must have contributed for at least 30 years or more in the direct planning, design, and execution, or even policy development of major physical infrastructures here in the Cayman Islands. So again, you think of those people who are architects, people who, built many of the iconic buildings we have in the Cayman Islands. Alanis always hears me talk about the glass house.
The glass house.
For me, the glass house represents that transition of Cayman going from a sleepy seaside village into the financial industry juggernaut that we have today. So buildings like that are iconic, that really played a pivotal role in Cayman's development and our road forward, those are the people that we want to nominate and recognize that played a part in it. So I'm sure we all know someone that is deserving that we should nominate today. And I always tell people, it's kind of like the lotto, you got to be in it to win it. So while we sit down, and if you're thinking about, well, what about Mr. So-and-so or Miss So-and-so? Well, we hope that you not only just think of them, but you also nominate them today. Because every year at the end of it, we always get phone calls or emails saying, why wasn't so-and-so recognized, or why wasn't this one? And we say, you know what? Sometimes people do get missed because we do try to think of the person, and sometimes cabinet will add names. But, to decrease the rate of someone getting missed, we say nominate that individual today. If you're thinking about that person, please nominate them.
Yeah, whenever in doubt, just put as much information. As long as you put, sufficient references, the basic information on them, we can also find out more through our resources.
Because we also have the archives that sit on the committee as well, so they're a great resource for us. So they're able to also do a little extra digging as need be, and they'll do it. So we really do try to give everyone the time, and we do give everyone the time, and we go through each individual nomination form, and we want to recognize individuals. So please, again, like I said, if you're thinking of someone who's deserving, please nominate them today.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, folks, this is it. The 15th is right around the corner. Lavana has a good question. She says, does the person have to be alive?
No.
They don't have to be. No.
No, so we've had also nominations, especially for the early pioneers, deceased individuals, as long as you know possible next of kin or someone that you know information from them. And then what happens is that usually if they are successful with their nomination approved by cabinet, usually that next of kin or person
will receive it.
On their behalf.
On their behalf, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, wonderful. All right, so then we also have the landmark leaders, which is the early pioneers category. Again, now this one is going to honor up to 25 individuals from across all 3 islands who led or contributed to the creation of major public infrastructure before 1970. Yes. So if you know of anyone who meets this criteria, be the originator, driving force, or key executor behind a major public infrastructure project that was the first of its kind, or significantly transformed life in the Cayman Islands, and one that has left a lasting legacy with their contribution still visible, functional, or felt in the community today.
So we're talking about the ports, we're talking about ports, and we talk about public infrastructure, some roads. I was on Radio Cayman with Mr. Carl Brown and with OC, and he mentioned that the Shamrock Road was once called Another Road, which I am so sorry, I forgot. But it's one of our oldest roads. And you see, I'm learning every day being in this ministry, being in this field as well, because one thing is worth mentioning is that the theme changes every year. And this is the first year that we've had physical infrastructure. So it really is an opportunity for the public to learn a lot about the plans that, contributed to some of the sites that we see every day today. We cross the glass house every day, right, Tanisha?
every day.
I don't know like who were the policy brains behind it, the architects, and this is also an educational component as well. So we can know and learn about those individuals and groups.
Yes. All right. Well, anything else that we need to cover? We've done quite a bit. We'll play the how-to videos again. Public libraries are available for people who need the tech help, but just get all of your tidbits together. It's super easy, gov.ky/YSCH, and you just click a nominate today button and you're off and running.
As well as people can call us. Our telephone number is 244-2424. It's really easy. So again, if people have any questions, please feel free to call us at the ministry.
Yeah.
Yes, or email us at nhd@gov.ky.
All right, folks, this is the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture, and Heritage. And it's the National Recognition Awards coming up here shortly. Well, they'll be next year in January.
In January.
Yeah.
January 26th, yes.
Yeah, but now is the time to nominate so that it can go to the committee and go through all the different stages, eventually go to cabinet. And this is your opportunity, folks, to nominate someone or an organization that you think is worthy in the category this year. I think being quite an important category, really, physical infrastructure.
It really is. I mean, we drive around Cayman, we see our beautiful roads, our beautiful buildings. We've progressed so much within my lifetime, I know for sure. So again, we want to nominate and recognize those persons who've played a significant and pivotal role in Cayman's development. And as Alana said, this is the first time that we're honoring physical infrastructure. And so we really want to have as many people out, and as well as a free event on January 26, 2026. And we invite the public to come out, to cheer those persons on and recognize them for their efforts in contributing to building the Cayman Islands.
Fantastic, ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Happy Friday.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Infrastructure is more than roads and buildings.
It's our lifelines connecting East End to West Bay, Cayman-Brac to Little Cayman, and the Cayman Islands to the world.
It established the route to get our children to school, keep our hospitals powered, and support our businesses every day.
Through hard work, ingenuity, and perseverance, people make that happen.
From the early pioneers who paved the first paths and laid the first pipes,
to the innovators who modernize water, energy, telecoms, ports, and our airport.
they're the quiet hands that build resilience.
And the vision that keeps Cayman going strong.
Now it's our turn to recognize them. Know someone who built, maintained, or improved the Cayman Islands we love?
Nominate them today at gov.ky/YSCH. Click Nominate Today.
The Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage is pleased to announce that the nominations for the 2026 National Recognition Awards are now open. Nominate individuals and groups who played a key role in developing the Cayman Islands' physical infrastructure. The categories include landmark leaders, infrastructure innovators, and the builders of Cayman. Visit gov.ky/YSCH. Click on the Nominate button to make a nomination. Here is a step-by-step guide to fill out the form. Before starting, please read the instructions, the award categories, and the eligibility criteria. Step 1. Enter your personal information and select the award category for the person or group you are nominating. Click Yes to confirm that your nominee meets the criteria. Step 2. Enter the nominee's full name, date of birth, and district. Indicate their current status, whether living or deceased, and ensure you have the current contact information for your nominee and their next of kin. Fill out the submission detail and provide any supporting documents and a reference to support your nomination. Step 3. Review your submission and make any changes by clicking the Previous button. When you are ready, confirm and agree to the terms and click Submit Form to make your nomination. A thank you notice will confirm that the nomination was received, and a copy of the application will be sent to your email. Your nomination will be reviewed and considered by the National Recognition Awards Committee, and only successful nominees will be contacted and recognized at next year's National Heroes Day ceremony. The deadline to make a nomination is October 15. Remember, you can submit multiple nominations or browse our frequently asked questions by visiting the National Recognition Awards tab at gov.ky/YSCH. We look forward to receiving your nomination.
All right, folks, welcome back and happy Friday. The Real Breadfruit, 1978. Big shout out to you on Instagram. Found their Caymanian manners and said good morning. We have Jules 7416 says, yes, we do have a look. Jules thinks that we have a look. All right. We're going to do a survey one day. Do you guys think Caymanians have a look? Can you identify a Caymanian in a group of people? Listen, we got so much to talk about this morning. Let's just get right into it. So, wow. Yesterday was an interesting show. And I must say that I know a lot of people think, Sandy, sometimes you're just too hard on people. People have gone through a lot in their lives. And so, you know, we're in the realm now of everybody being hyper-focused on mental health. Well, I got to share something with you guys because we don't have the whole show certainly to spend on this morning, but whilst we want to acknowledge people's mental health struggles and issues for sure, and the ability to get help, I do think a lot of people are using mental health and wellness as a crutch to not do anything in life, to not make any decisions, to not understand that your decisions have consequences. And the pendulum, we have to be careful that we don't swing the pendulum too far the opposite way. And I've told you guys, there's a whole train of thought that we've already done that. There's a whole book on this and more that you guys could read, that it's one of the reasons why our children are not quite as resilient as they used to be. You know, your gran is sitting there looking at all of us going, what is wrong with you kids? You know, we went through hard knocks. Big shout out to the DART organization. They sponsor a show, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it here, called Cayman Voices. One of the things that I have learned through Cayman Voices is my generation, our generation, generations under us now, right? Because some of you guys are younger. Y'all need to stop the moaning and complaining about life. They had it. You think you got it rough? You think you can't pay bills? You think you don't have food on the table? You don't have a place to stay? Oh my God. I feel like we are a bunch of moaners and groaners and complainers, and all we're looking for is an excuse to justify where we are in life. Those people knew the very definition of not having, right? Didn't have money, didn't sometimes have a roof over their heads. They were sharing food with each other. Remember the interview I did? I mean, every single one, the consistency is we didn't have much. We grew up poor. Mr. Norman Bodden, right? Well respected now. He's 90 years old. He shared how, you know, his mother had a hearing impairment. And back in those days, if you were disabled, honey child, you good luck. There was no organizations to help you. There was no disability association. The average person didn't understand sign language or wasn't going to help you or whatever. She was a domestic worker working in people's homes for like a few shillings. And yet she made the necessary sacrifice to raise her son, right? The best that she could, worked hard, provided for him. Yes, in those days, you also had extended family member. They didn't have much, but whatever they had, there was a community of sharing that was happening. So I don't think that happens quite as much anymore. Maybe that's a big change. But I feel like we have gotten here and we keep using this crutch as a, oh, yeah, we, we've had such a hard life. Listen, I get it. I understand that not everyone is going to respond to life in the exact same way, and that what I might respond to and be resilient to, you may not, and so you might need a little bit more help in life. But I also feel like there has been an overuse. There's an actual go to psychology.com. I'll share the link. And there was an article a couple years back, why we need to stop using mental health label so casually. And unfortunately, we all do it. I also do this. And, sometimes I kick myself and say, don't just call someone a narcissist, because there's an actual definition for what a narcissist is, and they have to be clinically diagnosed, et cetera, right? But can I ask us to rein it in a little bit? Because if someone was sexually abused, listen, that's a horrific thing. I have fought against it because I know how it changes your life. I've had the opportunity to work with and speak with too many victims to not understand the devastating effects of that. And there's some people who come out on the other end, they contribute. I mean, if you think your story is bad, there's always someone who's had it far worse than you. There's a lady by the name of Nina. She lives in the UK, and I'm in contact with her, and I want to one day bring her to Cayman on a speaker's tour, because Nina grew up in a traditional East Indian family that moved to the UK, but they were very, very traditional in the sense that she lived in a closet. That was her house. From the age of 5, she was cooking for her entire family, 5-year-olds. I can't even imagine my 5-year-old even getting near a stove. But she was forced to cook and clean and be the maid. At a certain age, they wanted to stop her education, forced her into marriage. She was sexually assaulted by her father and a group of his friends one Friday night on a drunken tirade. She's going to come on here and tell her story one day. Right? Then she got into a bad relationship with a man who raped her and got her pregnant, who she thought was her friend. Then physically abused her. Then she was forced into, before that, she was forced into an arranged marriage. And the father-in-law in the household, because in those cultures, when you're a woman, you have to move into your husband's family home. And the father-in-law was sexually molesting her and abusing her. And they were beating her. And she had a little cot to sleep on. Listen, for every single story of hardship, there is someone who's had it harder than you. And that's called perspective. Because when I have been at my lowest in life, I've always thought, man, how much more can I take? And I'm like, you know what? Somebody else out there is living a much worse reality than me. So I can hang in there. And you have to know that things are only for a time. You can make better decisions. You can get an education. You can get that piece of paper. You can get out of your situation. But the truth of the matter is that the more poor decisions you make that compound upon each other, the more difficult it's going to be for you to get out of your situation. So I wasn't trying to pick on this young lady. I had questions, yes. And I think those are legitimate questions. And how did they get here? Right? And I got answers. The compass doesn't ask these questions. You got 5 kids. Where's the father? Then you hear that there's actually 4 fathers. And none of them really are helping with these 5 children. 4 fathers for 5 kids and none of them not helping. Now that speaks to an area in which the system is broken. Because you should not be able to father a child. Well, 1 is deceased, so let's say 3 out of 5. You don't get the right to father a child and get someone pregnant and not take any responsibility for that child. Legally, you have got to take responsibility. But then it comes back to this. What kind of fathers are we talking about here? Do they even have the means? Are they people who are holding jobs? Are these guys, out on drugs, gangbangers, doing the most, getting everybody pregnant? Who are we talking about? If you don't think that one of the most important decisions you make in your life is who you choose to have children with, y'all better wake up. And there's too many of our people, when we look at that Department of Financial Assistance list, it is growing by leaps and bounds. And there's too many of our people, our young girls, who are making poor decisions when it comes to men, having children by them, and then furthering what they have been through. If you have been tormented in this life, if you have been sexually abused, you've been the victim of whatever, the last thing you should want to do is put that burden on your children. And you do that when you make decisions to bring them into this world unplanned in situations that get out of control. You have nowhere to stay. That's got to impact children in a horrific way. Even constantly moving impacts children. Get up, pack your little bag again. We got to go find somewhere else to stay. So let's remove this woman from her vision, this family of 7. This husband must be a relatively new husband because none of the children are for him. So let's remove them from the equation here for a second. But you know how many stories like this I have heard? Her story isn't unique. There's a ton of them on the needs assessment list and getting services, financial assistance from our government, which we pay for. So of course, I have an interest in this discussion. I have to be concerned that that list is growing. I have to be concerned that more and more we have young people who are making decisions, unfortunately, that is going to be not just to their detriment, but to the detriment of the entire community. Because when you can't step up with those children, heaven forbid, the system has an obligation to help you, or those children will fail, and the generational chaos continues from one to the next. And certainly that is not fair to the innocent children who will become adults in this country. And that's not fair to anybody else in this community. So is it too much for me to ask you guys, young girls, to don't mess up your lives, to think about the implications of getting pregnant and having children that a lot of times are unwanted by their fathers? You may want them as a mother because, poor thing, that's probably all you have to love. But that's not how you find love. You don't find love through children. You don't bring children into this world to have something to love. You don't even do that to a poor dog, much less a child. So yes, this might sound harsh. I understand it. But what I'm telling you is, if we don't have these discussions, and if we don't stop the hemorrhaging of the Department of Financial Assistance into the millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars here in a minute, if we don't stop that, this country is going to be broke. And the way that we stop it is we got to get programs in place. Birth control is free in this country. There is no excuse anymore. You're allergic to latex? Great. There's about 5 to 10 non-latex brands of condoms on the market. There's 12 different birth control options. There's abstinence. You just keep it locked. There's lots of things and lots of reasons for you not to get pregnant when you are not ready for that responsibility. It is hard enough with 1 child. It is even harder with 2. And it gets more difficult with 3 and 4 or 5 plus. It's hard. The cost of food is going up. Double-digit inflation in the last couple years. You know what it must be like to feed a family of 7? That's a lot of food. So take it from me. Every single decision you make, and the most important decision, you can go look at all of the results, all of the surveys on poverty. The most important decision you can make to get out of poverty is to control the number of children that you have and that you bring into this world. If we know that as a fact, shouldn't we be encouraging our young people to delay having children and to have certain things in place when you think you are ready? Y'all want to talk about marriage counseling, relationship counseling? Y'all need to have counseling before you decide to get pregnant. Because you see, it's not a decision. It's just happening. It's a mistake. It's a fall in the hole with a guy, get pregnant, and here we go. And then he's running off to the next woman. We need to do a whole show on these irresponsible men. But you know what? Ultimately, women, the burden is on you because it's your body. You choose, and you've got to choose wisely who you give your body to. And that should not be something that you do willy-nilly. Why are you doing it with someone who does not even have a pot to piss in, who can't help themselves? Think about it. You're going to go have a child with someone who not got no job. Why? I mean, you know, even those of you who get married, I'm like, listen, I'm not saying this is a transactional situation. Yes, love is important. That's great. But love don't pay the bills. So how about in your criteria of what you're looking for in a partner? Because too many of you are just into the looks category. Well, you know, she got straight hair. She got a big bonke. She got little bubbies. You know, she looked good. She got curves. How about you put on there? She's going to be able to work and sustain and help me sustain a family, both male and female. Okay. He's not a deadbeat. He doesn't already exhibit examples of being a deadbeat father, because trust me, when you meet a guy, if he already has children and you want to figure out what kind of father he's going to be, all you have to look at is his history. Who does he have children with? What has he already done with those children? I have a cousin. Y'all know him quite well. Social media clown, 10 plus children. Why would anybody in their right mind lay down with him and have another child? Only God knows. That means there's something wrong with you. It is illogical. He's not taking care of the other 10 plus. What makes you think he's going to take care of yours? But see, y'all be competing. You know, I laugh when I see women on social media. Oh, well, he going to take care of mine. Yeah, right. Because you and your little picnic so special. Same nappy head came on and done nothing special about him to him. He not going to do, in the initial stages, to get you to take care of him and to get you, whatever, he might behave for a hot minute. But his history demonstrates that he does not care about his children. Because if he did, he would stop having so many, first of all. Every woman he lie down with, he wouldn't be getting pregnant. And y'all spreading, let's not even get to the diseases conversation, because y'all spreading all kind of diseases to and fro all over the place. Caller, my apologies for keeping you on hold for a hot minute. Good morning, honey child. Oh, hold on. I can't even hear you. Oh, that's why I didn't hear the call. Hold on. Let me try to get you back on there. Hello? Hello? No? I think we might have to call you back. Let me restart the phone and give you a little call back. After all that, I got to call him back. Oh, my Lord. But you know, this is the thing. These are tough conversations. Oops. I think I heard that one ring. I heard that one. These are tough conversations, right? Nobody wants to be able to tell you how to use birth control, but we need to, because clearly y'all don't know. Y'all too soft, man. It's just, listen. And I get it, because I'm a crybaby sometimes. I'm very sympathetic. But my Aunt Lottie was not playing with me. I remember when I was like 12, 13, she was having these conversations about the birds and the bees, and I didn't even want to know. I'm like, I'm not into boys. She's like, I don't care whether you into them now or not. We're going to have this conversation, and we are going to talk about it. Because if nobody talks to you about it, when you get all up in your feelings with a boy, next thing you know, you're not bringing no baby home to me to take care of. She's like, not in my house. And I don't know why y'all, you know, I feel like I still can't hear him through the thing. I don't know why y'all can't wait until you're of age and really ready for these big time people decision. Good morning, caller.
Morning.
Yes, honey child, I can hear you now.
I'm so happy to hear you talk about the concept of being a responsible person, that I think you should just give yourself a kaboom. That's all I have to say for today.
Oh, Wow. Okay. Thank you, Teddy. I appreciate it. You know, it's not a fun conversation that I enjoy having. I mean, it really isn't, you know, because I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad about the decisions that they've already made. But here's the thing, if we don't have a reality check with people, what's going to stop them from continuing to have bad decisions in life? Nothing. Because every single time somebody gets in a situation, especially where children are involved, of course, we have a legal obligation to do what's in the best interest of the children. And we're going to help. We're going to bail them out. But how do you think that's going to help them going forward? You understand what I'm saying? This is the problem. Throwing people a lifeline sometimes is detrimental to them. It's not helpful because they think, oh, okay, well, this is how it works. Every time I screw up, every time I do something, someone is going to be there with a lifeline, and that is not true. There will come a point in time, folks, in all of our lives where there are no more lifelines. It's like that show. Remember the $100 million show, whatever it used to be called, where you can get, I Want to Be a Millionaire. You only got 3 lifelines. And then they run out and that's it. Y'all want to sit down and talk about, oh, well, look at what they're doing in the UK. Try and hush. Because you foolish Caymanians have gone to the UK and ruined a good thing over there, living off the system. Now they've tightened it up. That's why some of y'all flocking back home. You notice them? They run off to the UK and what do? Before you know it, they come back home. Can't make it because they're wise. The UK get wise to them. It's an embarrassment to hear how many of our Caymanians have gone to the UK and living off the system. You don't think I know the information about how many of y'all getting help to pay for phone bills and you're getting, what do they call it over there? Tenement housing or government housing or whatever the heck they council housing, whatever they call it. That's not who we were. We were not begging people. But that is who we are becoming and what we have become. And it's absolutely disgusting. Yes, we have people who are dealing with childhood trauma. And you know what we need to do with that? Get them help when they are children. Get them the counseling that they need. Now, this is where the system fails. Because if you think the solution is to get to them when they have 5 or 6 kids and try and sort out housing, that's the least of our worries. We better start getting preventative education in place for these children. And these are where the churches, according to the previous governor, the schools don't want child abuse education because they're run by the churches and the churches say no. Churches, y'all need to step up to the plate. Get them help when they need it the most as children. They think, oh, you know, a child was just raped or sexually assaulted, 2 months of therapy and she's fine. What the hell? You know how many young men and women are struggling on a daily basis with that stuff? And so if the excuse is, well, this is why you're going to make a lifelong, poor decisions. Come on now. That's not going to wash either. I'm just saying. Y'all need to step up. The government needs to rectify this around the care of children who are victims. Because if you don't help them, you are setting them up to have a very difficult life. And at some point, they and their children will become a burden on the system. So the government has a part to play. The community has a part to play. But you as individuals, even if you are a victim yourself, wake up every single morning and look in that mirror and say, I will not be a victim today. I am a survivor. And you go from being a survivor to being a thriver. You can get past anything that has happened in your life. I assure you of that. There are people who have survived slavery. They have survived the Holocaust. They have survived constant sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse. So don't look for excuses in life to make poor decisions. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra.
Morning, Eddie. How are you?
I'm good. Just some food for thought here, George, just to add to your comment to the churches. Fact of the matter is the churches don't want it in there because of whatever principles they hold.
Mm.
Well, this is where politics comes in, right? And everybody wants to vote, and therefore you got to be careful how you apply your policies and how relentless you want to be about it. But the fact of the matter is, every single church sits there with their hands held out every year when it comes to assisting them with the education fund, financing the schools. So if you are going to come and beg me for money, then I think I have the right to set terms and conditions about which you receive those funds, especially and in particular when it comes to the betterment of our society.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't see anything in the Bible that says you can't do the types of education we need in the outreach. I see where the churches have zero hesitation on getting up in arms about a gay parade or a gay cruise or a same-sex marriage, but I don't see them, and they're very, very pro-life, no abortions.
Oh yeah.
But I don't see them out there with the soup kitchens. I don't see them out, and I'm not saying some churches don't help, and I'm not saying individuals in the church don't help. But what I'm saying to you is, when you put everything into one pot of all the churches combined on this island, which at one time I was made to understand that we have more churches here per capita than anywhere else in the world, but if not, we'd put it damn close. Point being is, it would be a big pot. But everybody is operating in their own silos. And here's the thing. Majority of these churches, as I understand it, are certainly the very large and established ones. They're headquartered in Jamaica. So you think the funds stay here or they go elsewhere? And comes back to my point. It has to be seen in a holistic picture. This is not just picking on the churches. If this was any other organization, same story. Same thing applies. Fact of the matter is, we either get serious about taking care of our people and not having to worry about stepping on people's toes and offending their false sense of morality or false sense of being right or wrong. Here's the thing, and I say false simply because of this. If your policies is not that towards helping your community, but you claim you are, that's false. And it's evident in what we have here now. There are very hard conversations. I've seen very seasoned, hardened politicians, civil servants, policy makers, governors, what have you. The minute you broach these hard conversations, they either blush, their head hangs down, they look away, they start fidgeting. Not everybody can have these conversations. Not everybody are like there's a number of us in the community where we have no problem speaking about this loudly and publicly. Majority of the people don't. But it's a conversation that needs to be had, and it needs to be had a lot more often than what it is. And the fact of the matter is, we need to address the issue of sexual education. We're not talking sexual education in terms of pornography. Sexual education in terms of biology and what the repercussions of all of these things will be. And even that's got taken out of the schools and the most progressive schools in the U.S. And the charts show that in terms of pregnancies. There was a time where teenage children were being given dollies that actually, and I think it even had a very brief experiment here, but they were given dollies to walk around school with for a day. And the dollies is programmed to cry when it needs food and it needs changing and everything else, just to give the teenager a taste of what it would be like if they had one. Yeah. These are things that are tried, tested, and proven throughout Europe and other parts of the world. And not everything is perfect. Nothing ever will be. But here's the thing. What I know definitely isn't working is when you stick your head in the sand.
And
this
do nothing.
ostrich approach we have is absurd. The fact that we can't go to the movie and watch an R-rated movie on a Sunday, but we can watch anything we want at home, that's the level of, and that comes from the churches. It comes from the influence from the churches. The ignorance is incredible. And I think that these organizations need to be told, yes, you have a place here. Yes, you do good. No, you're not perfect. And here's the thing. You're coming to me for money for the schools? Well, we want this in our schools. But first and foremost, lead by example. Put it in the government schools.
Yep, absolutely.
Anyway, have a great day.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Let me say this. Yesterday someone after the show messaged me and said, they don't care how she got where she is and they don't want to judge. And I'm thinking, that's like saying, the old saying, if you don't know where you come from, you'll never know where you're going, right? You need that rear view mirror. You need that experience for a reason. So saying that you don't care how she got where she is counterintuitive to me. That doesn't make any logical sense, right? Because how can you help someone going forward? How can you, I don't want to use the term fix them, but how can you provide assistance? This isn't about housing. Let me be very, very clear. When we're talking about housing for family 7, that is the superficial issue. How did she fall through the system without getting the help that she needed is the first question I have before we even got to the 5 children. Yes, we're here now and we have to deal with the current situation. But has this young lady ever been given the benefit of any counseling? I doubt it. So she's trying to navigate her life, right? With all the hard knocks and abuse and trying to now be a mother of 5, trying, I'm sure, to be the best mother that she possibly can. You can't do that if you are still dealing with your own childhood trauma. Huh? So she still needs that kind of help. And I don't hear a single person talking about that. We're like, oh, it's a housing crisis. It's a, poor people can't make no money crisis. It's an education crisis. Yes, all those things might be true. But if we ignore the underlying issues and we cannot get those resolved, she will never be a fully functional adult. Not for nothing, but you couldn't come to me as a mother of 5. Say I had 5 children. You couldn't come to me as a mother of 5 as a man and not be able to provide housing for me and my 5 children and help in a significant way to feed us and take care of us. And you gonna put a ring on my finger talking about me and you get married. Hell to the no. But of course, when you have 5 children, not like you have a whole lot of options. There's not going to be men falling at your door who are millionaires who'd be like, oh, yes, let me take care of you and your 5 children. Not unless you're Angelina Jolie. And not even her. Her options going to be limited. So once again, it comes back to the choices that we make. Sometimes you're better off struggling by yourself because then that's only 6 mouths to feed instead of 7. It's only 6 that you got to find housing for instead of 7. Because if someone is not bringing value to your life when it comes to relationship, y'all need to stop playing these games with these men and women. I'm sorry, but this is the reality of the world that we live in. I don't want no deadbeat man around me. Let me be very, very clear. And like I've said before, I'm happy to share my own personal experiences so y'all can know I'm stupid too. And I have made poor decisions with my life at times. But one thing I didn't do is I didn't stay there. Here's an example. I was dating a guy 6 months from Colombia. You find people, they're cute, whatever. Your little heart goes tumpity-tump. Your privates go tumpity-tump, whatever gets you into them. And no real education, all right, getting to know him. You think he's a nice guy. You start to learn a little bit more about the persons, but you're all in it. Oh, yes, honey child. I start to realize that this person, the where they've come from, and it's not even about where you come from, it's where you're at, but where you come from matters, is a place that they are not improving themselves. They're actually looking for someone to use in this life, and that wasn't going to be me, right? Because when you let people use you and they have nothing to offer you in return, that is not a relationship. I don't know what that is. So one day, I remember now, they don't have housing. And I said, well, you can stay by me in my apartment for a little bit of time, but this is not no permanent solution. Well, you tell people that and they think they think it can be permanent. Or not me. When I say X, it's gonna be X. I'm not joking. So in between transitional housing, I don't mind helping you out. I got space, but you're not coming catch, not by me, honey chill. That not how that work. Can't find a place, making minimum wage, security. Listen, I'm not knocking security officers, security guys, but they're not making much money. $6 minimum wage. I don't see nothing. I don't see a plan and how you're going to improve your life other than trying to live off of me and use me. And that's only going to hold me back in life. So eventually found a place down Windsor Park. I said, great. I'm not sleeping over, you know. I just come in to visit every once in a while. So one day I'm there, and you know me and cockroaches, honey child. Oh, Jesus Christ. I see a couple roaches. I said, oh, Jesus, I got to go. I got to go. You want to see me later? You come by my place. Oh, you see? You think you're better than me. And it's not my fault that there are roaches in this tenement yard in this area. And I had an epiphany. I said to myself, I had to have a talk. I had to have a Sandy to Sandy talk with myself. I'm like, girl, what the hell? Somebody slapped me bald-headed. What are you doing with this person? Girl, look at where you have come from. Right? You fought tooth and nail to get an education. You went to law school, and now you're with some guy that you having to run out of his place because the roach is chasing you? And you about to have a heart attack because of flying roaches? And he not really bringing nothing to the table? Plus, he thinks you're so stupid, he's talking to his cousin on Facebook, on your internet, by the way, that he was taken to work and borrowing your mobile internet, talking to his cousin in Spanish and didn't understand that you could read a whole lot of Spanish and you knew that that wasn't his freaking cousin. I had to slap myself and say, girl, get up. Get up, and one mosquito in my office. Get up and free yourself of this demon. And that's exactly what I did. So we all have lapses. We are all stupid at times, right? We make poor decisions. We do things. And we have got to be able to rewind that decision and say, no, that's not going to work. Very few decisions in life are permanent. Having children is kind of one of them that's permanent because you can't put the kids back. Okay? Yes, Miss Dawn, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but I had my moments. I want to talk to y'all. And like I said, I don't shy away from my own personal experiences because I know what many have been through. I've had my own unique experiences. I know poverty. When I moved out from my aunt's place, we had, I'd gotten a job, so I had a plan. I'd gotten a job that would give me, I was going to be a resident assistant, would give me room and board. And, but it didn't start for like a couple months until a couple months later. So I needed an interim plan. And my interim plan was I had to basically be a domestic worker. Here I am, an honor student in high school, going on to university, but I chose to temporarily be a domestic worker. It was an ends to a means in order to have housing over my head. So this was back in the day in Tampa. Lutz, Florida was as country as you could get. These people could have been mass murderers, serial killers. I did not even know. All I know is at night I used to lock my door. Right? And here I was in these people's homes doing their domestic work for them because I only knew it was going to be for 2 months. They were nasty. They smoke. And you know, I'm allergic to cigarette smoke. I can't stand it. Yeah. Nasty people. Soot, the smoke soot was everywhere. They had cats and dogs, carpet back in the day. It was not a pleasant experience. But you know what? I did what I had to do temporarily until I could do better. And I knew that that was only for a short period of time. Now listen, I come from a time you're 17, 18, 19 years old. You are not out there having sex with nobody. Y'all need to stop this teenage sex foolishness too. Because you're not ready on more levels than one. You're not ready for any of the responsibility. I had a mother call me yesterday and they said, there's a young lady out here. I don't know her, but I know her mommy and her grandmother always calling the show. being holier than thou with people. And they say, not for nothing, but she probably needs to pay more attention to her grandchild. And I said, why? Because this 20, 21-year-old out here having sex with every Tom, Dick, Harry, Sally, and Samantha in between. Got STDs, y'all getting abortions for your grandchildren, all kind of stuff. Listen, can we go back to a lesson of abstinence? That there's actually nothing wrong with our young people abstaining from even starting to have sexual intercourse until you are ready? And that's a big decision. Because that's another permanent. You can't ever take it back once you've given it away. And some of y'all are just, God, help us. Because we seem to be incapable of helping ourselves. I know hunger. I understand poverty. I understand abuse. What I do not understand is staying there forever. You cannot let that be your life story. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy.
Good morning.
Good morning. I feel the pain. I'm not the best mother, neither the best grandmother, nor the best great-grandmother. I remember when I leave Jamaica and go to the Cayman Islands, they say clothes was cheap. I'm not ashamed to say that I have my first child when I was 16 years old, and I have them one behind each other. I end up with 5. There's a friend that went to the Cayman Island and asked me to come, that we could buy cheap clothes for our kids. When I ready to go to the Cayman Islands, she said she could not go. She gave me a man address to go and stay with him right in Peterweb Yard at Eastern Avenue. The first night I went there, the man wanted to have sex with me. You know what I did? Pull my suitcase out, sit on it in the yard, and was crying, waiting on the plane to take me back to Jamaica in the morning. A girl that used to work by Miss Palmer see me and I tell her what happened. She took me in her place. When I went in there, she had a small bed right in the same yard. She slept on the floor and leave me and her daughter to sleep on the bed. She take me at work with her in the days, so I know what rough life is. She take me during the days that I could get lunch and something right by Miss Palmer. I don't know if she's still alive. And she said to me, when she see me coming on there with the other girl, our worker, she said, "You working?" I said, "I did not come to look work." It's not true, but immigration and thing like that, you don't want to say it. And she said, "Come in my car." She took me couple borders where 2 elderly people is. And from that day, I've been there working. I went Matilda's car and I live, and I started to take my children one by one. I was working $20 a week. And the government, Miss Annie Alder-Borden, is who put me there to stay and work with those old people for $20 a week until the government give me another permit that I could go Pedro Tesla work as a waitress, and I know not more waitress work. So I know what struggling is. I take my children one by one, we're paying rent for them. Coming to me, tell me that I bring my children, them pulling up our school and something. And I cried. I went West Bay and rent a room. And that man that I live in the yard, he had some land was selling. And that's where I start off with ambition. It's not the best of my life now because I'm troubling with illness and things like that. But I tried to put shelter over their head that no one take liberty with them. They are not coming out the best. They're all adult now. And some of them make bad choices, just like I did. So I know what it is when you have children, and it hurt me to know that that woman is there with those children suffering. I'm not telling her that I'm the best, but I tried with mine them. It hurt. It hurt. It really hurt to hear, what is going on.
So what are we going to do about it?
I don't know. It's only God can help her right now, especially for the children. Someone will step in by the help of God, just to the benefit of the children.
All right, my dear. Thank you so much.
It hurts. I'm a mother, and I'm a godmother, and a great-grandmother. And although I'm up in age, I still offer still owe to my children and grandchildren.
Thank
It's
you.
not much, but I still try to help. It hurts. I think I'm going to lock off the show because I don't like to hear it no more.
All right. Well, these are the realities, folks. If you have to lock off the show because you're not ready for the cold hard truth, I understand that. It's not, these are not easy conversations. And if you're still in trauma, I can totally get how you probably don't want to hear any of this. Tartarian says, after this scolding, please can we help them? Good, Tartarian. How are you going to help today? What is the solution now? Right? I said yesterday, today we're going to come to solutions. What are we going to do? They found a place for 2 months till December. What happens after December? What's the solution? Caller, you got a solution?
I don't have a solution, Sandy. But
We seem to be short on solutions. That much I know.
As a father, Sandy.
Yes.
It pains my heart to hear these things. But in my younger days, and even now, hearing from some of the young men that are around, the men are usually the ones that are keen on birth control.
That are keen on it?
They're keen. When I said keen, they are the ones who are asking about it.
Really?
Are
you sure?
I have spoken to a lot of young men.
No, honey child. Let me tell you something.
Sandy.
Let me hear it. I'm willing to be convinced, but I doubt that. Otherwise, they'd be wearing a condom.
Young men has told me that 2 out of 10 women will ask them if they are not using condom.
Why does a woman have to even ask you that? If they're so keen on it, they should insist on it.
The reason why I said that is that the woman is the one who bears the brunt of what happens.
Exactly.
She's the one that can get pregnant.
But can we say that men have responsibility in this too?
Sandy, a lot of these men, they do not care.
Well, then they're not keen on it, as far as I'm concerned.
They do not care. And a lot of these women need to be honest. And the system is failing them. A lot of these women who have kids and they and the baby father break up. Listen, for him to support that child, it comes with condition. I'm saying this because this is what they do. These men, they will tell the woman, listen, if you are not lying down with me anymore, I'm not gonna be supporting this child. And this is where the system failed them. Once a mother goes to court, the court should mandate that these fathers pay child support that is adequate enough.
Well, here's the problem. This is why I say you have to go back to your choices again. Because if I have a child with a man who doesn't have a job, he's a gangbanger, or he's out there on drugs, the court can mandate all they want. You can't squeeze nothing out of a stone. So if he don't have it, he don't have it. And unfortunately, a lot of that is happening. Did you hear what I said earlier? I have a cousin with over 10 children. Yes. And he is still out there not wearing a condom, getting women pregnant, and what? Huh? The system can't force him to pay nothing because he don't even have a job.
So
Come on.
It all come back to the choices.
Why
the choices
exactly?
That we make.
What is it about him that women find because he's a class clown on social media? Because the current woman can pay for him to take trips, and you must think that he paying that bill? Why would anybody in their right mind have children with him? After seeing this, he cannot keep a job. No, man.
It pains my heart when I hear what
I think men need to take some responsibility too. Because no man should be having sex without wearing a condom. And I don't care what she's telling you about what kind of birth control she's on. Buy them by the dozens.
That
I'm
is
sure
so
they sell them
true
in bulk
because
somewhere. I don't know.
it's not only the problem of pregnancy, it's a problem of all these diseases that are
Yes,
going
that
around.
too. Exactly.
And that also put a burden on our small society for us, for government to be footing these medical bills for communicable diseases.
Exactly. That too. And some of them diseases are not curable. Thank you, caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Morning, dear.
I want to speak on this solution to this problem with these kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Why not put the kids in care for 3 to 6 months and make these people get on their own darn feet? If they have the children in proper care, because the children shouldn't be suffering, put the children in care and let these people get on their feet and only give them 3 months to do it.
Well, I mean, I suppose that is an option, but have you heard me talk about the Case Foundation?
Oh, I know about the Case Foundation.
I don't know where the proper care is, but we fail on that front too. So
Well,
I mean, you know, no, but that all falls under the Case Foundation. That being run, like, you have girls up there where the workers are being accused of sexual assault and touching little girls, all kind of foolishness. So I don't know how proper care that is. I mean, I guess there's foster homes, but again, that would mean splitting up the children, which might still be, you know, a temporary solution to kind of allow the parents to get themselves sorted out. That is a temporary possibility.
And it should only be a temporary. The problem is that too many are on NAU for far too long. They never, ever come off. That's the problem.
Yes.
That has to be stopped. They need to put a dead stop to the amount of time that you can get attention or assistance. That is where the problem is. They get on there and they want to stay on there. There should be a dead cutoff. You're not getting on your feet within X amount of time, cuffs. That's where we're going to have to get.
Yeah.
Because it's becoming a habit.
Sad. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 936-2626. Got a comment here, says that read the discussion on young women making bad decisions and having children when they can't provide a good, stable environment. 2 points. If these girls were abused, neglected, or unloved, they will not automatically or easily learn to make rational decisions. And that's absolutely true. That's why I said earlier, getting to children, getting them therapy when things happen to them is essential. The person goes on, it is unrealistic to expect them to. Their neurological and emotional pathways have been altered by their own early childhood and adolescent experiences. There's a program that I've been reading, just pausing, reading this. There's a program that I've been hearing about in, I think it's Denmark, one of those countries that they always do innovative and amazing things. And every other week, they're teaching a course on empathy. Why are we not, since we're all about mental health these days, why are we not allowing counselors to be in school, not just for the children to approach them, but why don't we have an integrated counseling programs embedded in every single school in the Cayman Islands, public schools and private schools, where the counselors go in and they make themselves available to students, right? They go in the classrooms. I'm your counselor. Here are the things that you can come and talk to me about, but not just them sitting in a classroom. They go in, or sitting in their offices, my apologies. They go into a classroom and the children see them as a regular face around the school campus. And they check in with these children at least once a term. How are things going with you? You know, is everything okay at home? Do you need to talk to me about anything? Children need a trusted person in their lives. And unfortunately, a lot of times that is not in the homes. So these are the types of programs, and my humblest of opinions, that government can develop and put in place, and NPOs, right? Big shout out to the Alex Panton Foundation number. They've got tons of online resources available where you can go online as a parent, as anyone who's in education, and as a young child yourself, right? But wouldn't it be great if we also went to the next level and had these professionals surrounding our children? It becomes norm to see a counselor at school, to know that, if something happened to me last night, I can go talk to that counselor to make sure nobody ever touches me again. This doesn't happen. We need to step it up. Good morning, caller.
Morning. Gosh, I have so much to say. I'll keep it brief. How about we stop making sex so casual, first of all? Because it's
Hold
not
on.
meant to be a
Hold on,
casual
caller.
thing.
Hold on.
Sex not casual.
Thank
Not
you.
meant to be, let's just have sex for fun. That's not how it was
Yes.
designed. I'll leave that
Yes.
right there.
Okay.
Also, NAU is improving, right? And I will say that, and I know not first-hand experience, but I know of people close to me that have been through that system, and I can see how it's improved, right? So previously, and I don't know if it was designed that way by previous government to keep people dependent on them, but previously the way it worked, it just didn't make sense. So for instance, if I was a single mother and I was working and I had a decent job, what one would consider a decent job, but maybe I had 3 kids and it was still, hard for me to make ends meet, because let's face it, we live in the most expensive place in the world, in my opinion, maybe second to Dubai. Then you would go to NAU and you'd be like, okay, I am working, however, I'm still not making ends meet and I need help. They would be like, nope, you're working, sorry, next. So in other words, you would get more assistance if you weren't working at all. Like literally, I know people that quit their job because they're like, I get more help if I'm not working. I will get rent, I will get food vouchers. I'm better off not working, literally. But like I said, as of late, it has changed, and I guess that is because of the new government. They're making good changes. So I think they're moving in the right direction, because even if you're working, right, we know that sometimes it's hard. So they say, okay, we're going to give you some assistance for X amount of months. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's improving. The system is improving. But previously, and that's why you have so many people that are on NAU indefinitely, because it was, in my opinion, it was designed that way to keep them dependent on NAU.
Mm-hmm.
So you go and to your MP, and let's just use Bodentown, for example, and you say, oh, I need help, I need assistance. That MP would make sure you get help through NAU. As long as you got as long as they got your vote, they gonna make sure you get the assistance you need. And that to me, by design, is designed to keep people dependent on the system.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's improving. From what I can see, it's improving. Like they're trying to make improvement so that, okay, you get help, but what's the next step? And even if you're working, you still get some assistance, maybe not as much as someone who isn't, etc.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's improving, and I'm happy to see that.
Thank you so much, caller. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, how are we going to help? Who is in a position to help with a long-term solution? Really is the question. The commenter goes on to say, part 2, intervention. We need to intervene earlier in their lives, and I 1,000% agree with that. It may be as simple as once a week mentoring relationships, but more likely we need programs and content on a daily and weekly basis to help them know how to distinguish their worth, how to make good decisions, how to act in ways that keep their future options open, how to distinguish between dysfunction and manipulation, and healthy care and love. What programs exist in our country? How many children are being reached each month or each year, and which programs are effective? This is such a good comment. We need to do a complete assessment in terms of this. Like, we should know. Because it's oftentimes who the at-risk students are. And I think it should be all hands on deck, whether it's the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage, education, social development. Everyone has to be on board with helping our children navigate life in order to become, as we say, productive, rational adults. Because I do agree with what this person has said. It is unrealistic to expect them to have these neurological and emotional pathways, because that has been altered, right? I've sat here and talked about how violence and this chaos that we're talking about in our homes actually alters your DNA. So while I'm begging people to make better decisions, the question then becomes, how is that even possible? What works? Mentoring programs, I think, are critical. Because if you take Caymanian young women and you pair them with other Caymanian young women who have been able to become successful in life, but they went through the same things. They had traumatic childhoods. They went through trauma. They went through abuse. And they can tell you that there's another side to this. You can come out on the other side. But what I find happening is, as Caymanians, we are so focused on protecting, I can't share my life story. It's like we don't want to share it. I don't know if it's out of shame or what it is. We don't want people to know our struggles and where we have come from. We just want them to see the today story, the success story. But we weren't born here. This didn't just happen overnight. There were trials and tribulations and struggles and abuse and chaos along the way. And in spite of all of that, you got here. And please stop blaming God. Please stop waiting on God. Y'all remember the story about God, how he sent you every single lifeline? And you said, nope. They sent the boat. Nope. I'm waiting on God. How does that story go again? I'm going to find it. Stop waiting on God, because God gives you, as somebody just said, he gives you what you need, and you're still sitting down waiting. Right? It was the flood. Let me see if I can find it. The drowning man. Remember this story? I'm going to read.
Well,
hello?
Yeah. I thought you said it wasn't going to be your show, but since you're continuing, we have a situation where young people who have been damaged in the way that you're describing, they're now parents. So that's an element that's going to be hard to deal with. But about the story of waiting on God, and this frustrates me all the time. We make decisions. We're given the capacity to handle our lives. But some people say, oh, all we can do is just pray about it. Right? And the way the story goes is that the family was in a home, and the floods started to rise. And they sent a warning saying that you need to evacuate.
I'm going to read the story here in a second. Yeah.
Well, the people that we're dealing with are people who are just sitting there and saying God will take care of it. But they forget that there was a parable of talents. And we're not all given equal talents, but we are given talents. And what we're expected to do is to perform relative to the talents that we were given. And so those who fail to perform properly won't be rewarded properly, right? And so in life, we are expected to do things. We're not expected to just sit there and wait for manna to fall out of heaven, right? And unfortunately, a lot of people who are afraid to deal with these types of issues, failing to understand how negatively they impact society, And some of the new ways in which society is being impacted, it's extremely detrimental. And it's not an excuse to say, oh, all we can do is pray about it. That's nonsense.
I mean, that's not the solution. I mean, you can pray,
Yeah,
but that's not the solution.
That's right.
I mean, thank you, Denny.
Take care.
I want to announce, because I know we are running short on time, and I don't think I have any appointments. Let me try and look on my little calendar this morning. I don't believe I have any appointments this morning because, honey child, we got to go into overtime. So we're going to be talking about the men sleeping there on the Iron Shore. I'm coming to those. So radio listeners, if you're still on the road, you're going to have to switch over to social media, and we need to talk about John. I haven't seen the minister message me, so either his schedule got away from him or he heard me on a roll this morning and said, honey child, I'm not going on there this morning. We got to reschedule. I don't know, but I haven't heard from him. I don't think I have any appointments today. If I had one with you, try and message me because my calendar looks clear. So that means we're going into overtime on a Friday, honey child. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. How are you?
Not bad, dear. How are you?
I am great. I have a question.
Wonderful. Yes,
maybe
ma'am.
your listeners can help.
Yes.
I got pregnant 15. Going back, I had 1 year left of high school.
Yes.
And there was a program back then called that government was involved with government was responsible for it, called the Young Parents Program.
Yep.
I don't know if it is still in operation, but it was an awesome program.
I think they've done away with it, you know.
They need to put it back. It was amazing. Why I said that? Because you have Brenda Dawkins used to run it. She was amazing. I would like to tell her thanks now. From I graduated, I've never really had the opportunity to tell her thanks. The team that was there, Joanna Clark, Miss Alice, Miss Lilas, Miss Ricketts, they taught you math, they taught you English, they taught you to clean, they taught you to cook. They also tried to get you set that you would be able to go out there and find a job. So, for example, I went back to high school and completed my year, right? I was able to do that because I went there. That was a stipulation. I had to go there to be able to go back to high school, right? But there were people older than me that were there, like in their 30s, that had a lot of kids. And I'm not sure how they were allowed in there, how they got in there, what
Someone says it's still in place. I mean, I haven't heard anything about it lately, but apparently it's still there.
Well, I think this girl, if she's not working and all her children are in school, it's something that she should probably look into. And that was also funded by NAU. When you go there, we were able to get $80. This was in 1997. $80 a week towards groceries. They would take you, all of us there to the supermarket. You'd be able to pick up little groceries. At the end of the month, they give you a little stipend, which was also, I think, around $100. And, but they taught you math, English, it prepared you. And then you would also try to find a job for you. So it's not like you're going to be there forever.
Yes.
You understand? For me, I know it was a year for me because I went back to school, but I'm not sure what the length of time is for everybody. But it was a great, great program. And I think that they should, and I benefited from it. It helped me to cope, right? Because I was 15 and pregnant. I was going through hell at home. And I'm not throwing my mama under the bus, God bless her soul. She loved me. But she had dreams for me. And to her, back then when I got pregnant, it was the end of the world for me. So to her, when you get pregnant at that age, most people at that time, they just stop. You don't try to go back to school. You just give up. So that's what she thought. And I went through hell. Every day I cried. But what I did was, I turned all of that pressure that I lived in, and I proved everybody wrong. My daughter is 28, 29 in January. She's graduated from university 5 years ago. She just completed her master's.
Congratulations.
A couple of months ago, I have no grandchildren. She has her own home. She tutors on the side. So it's not because you start off wrong, meaning that you're going to end wrong. I used the hell that I went through, and that gave me fire to not give up, to prove everybody wrong. I grew up in church. They alienated me, put me off the choir. When I was in Sunday school, they didn't want nobody wanted to keep beside me. I was alienated.
Wow.
Right? And that's the church.
Yeah.
Pastors like came to my home and was like, all you're gonna do is have more kids.
Wow.
So Brother Willis, he's passed away, God bless his soul. He helped me.
Yes.
Lois Miles, I think her mom is a Matthew's sister. She was my social worker, which was also provided by Young Parents Program.
Yes.
UNEU. So there's support.
Yes.
So if mental support.
How many
So
children, can I just ask a personal question? How many children did you have then in total, other than your daughter? Just the one daughter?
One. No, I have one more. I have
one more. So you have two.
Son.
Okay.
Yes.
And how did you, just frankly, how did you ended up not having 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10?
I prevented it. That was not something that I wanted. I went through hell with my children. I had 2 children, 2 different fathers that were not consistent in their lives. And the other thing we need to stop is, even though they didn't help me, I never kept my kids away from their father, which is a thing that we as females do. When we and a partner break up and they get somebody else, we get spiteful and we keep our children away from them, or because they don't help you financially, you keep your child away from them. If they're willing to spend time with their children, it might split you in 2, but suck it up. Your children didn't ask to be here. So you can't punish your children for what you caused. No, that's the other thing we need to talk about, being accountable.
Yes.
Because it took me, 2011 was when I sat down with myself and said, Natalie, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
All your friends are not really your friends. You're going through, you're there for them, they're never there for you. Every time you break up with somebody else, it's another relationship and it ends the same way. So I sat back. I'm like, I'm already picking up the same type of men, or it ends the same type of way. Is it me? So then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break from relationships, focus on myself, why I had to take the break and sit back and ask myself these questions. I was suicidal at the time. I drove to the dock in West Bay Road and I was going to kill myself.
Oh my God.
Because of the relationship I was in, a marriage that I was in. And then I stopped and I'm like, what the hell? What are you doing here? For a man? What's going to happen to your kids?
Yes.
No, so I realized I was being selfish.
Yeah.
Because my mom is blind, their dad's not really there, so I wasn't sure that they were going to be taken care of properly. So I chose to walk away. I went home and I found an apartment and I left him in the apartment. I didn't want a confrontation. Oh, we can work it. I didn't want to hear it. I found somewhere. I paid for it and I paid enough. Listen to me now. I paid enough rent that he had time because I was leaving him in the apartment. I paid ahead for him so that he had time to find somewhere else. And I left and I chose my kids.
Wow.
And I'm going to tell you,
wow.
At 44, and I have grown kids now, don't think, if you have young children that are under 18, we're programmed to think that when your child turns 18, it's over. No, baby, that's when it starts. Because your children no longer want to hear you. They want to do their own thing. And you're the parent, you can see where they're going. They don't want to take any advice from you. That's when the real challenge starts, to learn to let go, right? So parenting is forever. And you have to try and put the best. I can look back now and see where I've made mistakes as hard as I tried. But I can look back, I was a very strict parent. I was very rough on my kids. So now my kids are kind of cold. And they're also kind of, so now because I've lost my eyesight, I've changed. So now I can reflect on how I wanted to prove everybody wrong. And I was determined that my children were not going to fail. They were not going to repeat what went on in my life. You understand? I tried all of that, but it still have negative effects to it, right?
Yes.
So we have to be honest and we have to be able to have real conversation with your children as well. And as a parent, you have to be honest. You have to have that talk with yourself and own up to your decisions that you make that were not right. And when you see a red flag in a relationship, whether it's a man or a woman, don't make an excuse and say, oh, that will change. It will never change. Run,
Get out,
put your foot in your hand and just leave. Don't try to go, why do I feel this red? That there's something wrong and try and investigate.
Child, I say be like them flying cockroaches. Fly and fly fast.
And don't look back.
Yep.
Don't wonder. Just
Absolutely.
go.
Absolutely.
But
Let me ask you a question.
Really
First of all, I think, you know, we need to applaud you because what you've shared here today is yet another example of how you can be in a situation, but you don't have to stay in that situation. You can come out of it. You can make better decisions. Would you be willing, and this is something that, you know, I think our government or some NPO has to figure out how to make this work. Would you be willing to be part of a program where you sit down with, we can't even wait till they're teenagers anymore because sometimes that's too late.
I used to do it.
Preteens.
I used to do it on my own. Yeah, I used to do it.
And talk to them.
I used to go into Johnny Gray High School when I went after I graduated in 1998. I used to take my own time, and I used to do it with Miss Reed, and she would book, you know, children that would come in that she would be counseling that were troubled and try to have conversation with them. But yes, I would be willing because I'm an open book. I have no shame because I feel like people are afraid to talk. They'll talk behind closed door, but they don't want to talk open. I have no shame. And that's why I with my children, I did not know.
It's not even about shame. It's about this false pride that we want to carry around where we don't want people to know what our struggles are. But if we remain that selfish about our own life stories and our own struggles, how can we help the next generation to do better?
But that's it. I never knew all the struggles my mom went through, and she passed away. But my mom's stepsister told me some stuff, and I'm like, damn, my mom went through some shit. Now, when that made me able to forgive her because I was bitter. And I was hurt and I was angry. But then after having a conversation with my aunt, I could understand why she was the way she was. And I was able to forgive her and move past it. And then I was able to do things differently with my kids. So now there's damage my kids have damage, but it's not the same damage that I had. Because now, you know, because lack of knowledge, you think you can do something a different way. But now at 44, I can look back and I wish I could have done that different. But I have to also now learn this is all after losing my eyesight and having time to look back on life. I need to forgive myself and also give myself grace.
Hallelujah.
You understand? I talk to my kids. I have even had a conversation this year with my kids because again, some of the stuff is just like coming to me now. I call my kids and I talk to them and I ask them to forgive me and I say sorry. You know, because now I can see where what I did, how it has caused them to be this type of adult. You understand? So you have to be open. You have to be open emotionally to have this conversation with your children. And I wish I could have seen this when they were younger, so that I could have tried to fix it before they became this type of adult. My kids are great. I must say, they have challenges, but I'm blessed, you know, but it could have been a little bit better. But it's lack of knowledge. So this is where the grace comes in, you know. But yeah, I would be open to talking. I have no issues with that.
Yes, that's a wonderful, wonderful story. Thank you so much. Really applaud you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, my dear. And, you know, I wish more of our people would come forward and share their stories because, like I said, I have the opportunity to hear some of it when I sit down and do the Cayman Voices series. And, you know, I just feel like we have this false pride where we don't want people to know where we've come from and what struggles we've had. And it's not helping us, really. It's not helping our people. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy. I didn't get the whole show, but I understand that you were talking about a young lady that or a family that has some children and are struggling.
Well, I want to elevate the conversation beyond her individual story because this is really a collective story of where we are as a people, I think, in the collective sense. So, you know, her story is a lot of other people's stories, right? There's a
Yes,
lot of young
yes,
women
yes.
who unfortunately are finding themselves in this situation. And there's various components to it that we've talked about this morning: the deadbeat fathers, the court's
Yes.
impotent ability to really make fathers pay. But like I said,
Yeah.
there's only so much you can get from a stone, which isn't much. You know, there's lots of elements to it. So we have 2 callers on the line. Go ahead with your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to find out, how I could help. I thought it was just one particular one. But anyway, this is what I did. I'm not calling to bark or bite out the system, because it goes both ways. But I truly believe that what we need to do is to implement that system where they're not on NAU just to receive, but it should be something in the law demanding that once they have gone through some training, once they've gone through, that we find them jobs and make sure that they're not on NAU, because we cannot continue doing this always. And the other way to help this is to make sure that we have that 5% infrastructure fee put back in place and no concessions, so that we will have money to offset things like this when it happens to our people. A husband can die, a boyfriend can die that was taking care of his family. Somebody can get a rare disease these days. You never know. But people fall in their luck. So things in life can happen. That's just my 2 cents. But what I was calling to say is that if it was just this one family we're talking about and she needed some help, I have some gift certificates that were given to me for my birthday, and these are from Foster's and on Kirk Supermarket. They're not a lot, but it can help somebody.
Well,
I have a lot of
I can certainly,
water.
yes.
Yeah, I
And
have a lot of cases of water.
Yes, I can certainly put you in contact with people who need that help. But my thing is, we've got to go beyond the gift certificates, because that is a very temporary solution. We've got to make people don't give a man a fish, but teach him how to fish.
No. I totally agree. Because that's how I was raised. I mean, my mom had me working from the time I was 5 and 6 years old. I learned how to wash my undies. They didn't wash with the regular clothes. Yes. When we bathed at night, we washed our undies. We put them outside. I watched my mom make a heap outside and use the blue soap coming from Jamaica to make sure that my white clothes were white, or my dad's white clothes were white. So, I mean, it all depends, and it all starts at home. And sometimes we lose our way because life just happens, or things happen, and things can happen in the blink of an eye. It can happen to any.
Yes.
Or we're coming our way to the point that, everybody's running and scrambling, and we could lose so many lives. I mean, things can happen in the blink of an eye, but we do have a lot of young women that are, like everybody else, wanting to fall in love, met the wrong people and so forth, but then we still go down that same very road rather than making a change and learning from it and making a change. We don't do that. A lot of us are not doing that. And then we expect that we must take our burden and put it on society. And that's not right. You must learn. Once you've made these decisions and I think you're an adult, then you have to be productive in this society. And I am all for helping somebody when they're down in their luck. And that's why I'm saying training and making sure that we have things mandatory in the law that these people, we can put them on the job. It shouldn't be that we're just paying 3, 6, 7 months in a year on NAU. It's not right. It's not right.
Thank
it's
you,
not
caller.
right.
All right.
All right. Take care, honey.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
thank you so much. Next caller, welcome to the program. Yes, hi, good morning. Hello. Caller. Hello? Nope. Okay. You can try back. A couple more comments coming in. Oh, let me read this story for those of you who are sitting down waiting on God to rescue you. It's called The Drowning Man. A fellow was stuck on his rooftop in a flood, and he was praying for God to help. Soon a man in a rowboat came by, and the fellow shouted to the man on the roof and said, "Jump in, I can save you." The stranded fellow shouted back, "No, it's okay. I'm praying to God, and he's going to save me." So the rowboat went by. Then a motorboat came by. The fellow in the motorboat shouted, "Jump in, I can save you." To this, the stranded man said, "No, thanks. I'm praying to God, and he's going to save me. I have faith." So the motorboat went on. Then a helicopter came by, and the pilot shouted, "Grab this rope, and I'll lift you to safety." To this, the stranded man replied, "No, thanks. I'm praying to God, and he's going to save me. I have faith." So the helicopter reluctantly flew away. Soon the water rose above the rooftop and the man drowned. He went to heaven and he finally got a chance to discuss the whole situation with God. At which point he exclaimed, I had faith in you, but you didn't save me. You let me down. I don't understand why. To this, God replied, I sent you a rowboat and a motorboat and a helicopter. What more did you expect? Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning, dear. Not bad. How are you?
Great. I was supposed to come on yesterday, but I got told I was going to the hospital.
Yes.
But we need to talk off the air for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
but
right.
I'm just keen on listening to the young lady. I wish I could hug her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I applaud her. And there's a lot of us mothers that goes through a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And don't even live to tell the tales.
Mm.
But after all that I've been going through, yesterday was my first. I've sat down with someone in place at the hospital and partially go through just 1% of what I'm going through.
Mm-hmm.
And it really ripped me, but after I let it out, I felt better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And my encouragement to each and every one with a male parent or female parent like myself, it takes a lot out of a lot to be the person you are today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? And as I said, I want to sit down with you and tell you some things and talk to you before we can go over the air.
All righty. Thank you, my dear. Folks, there's a couple books that I have up on the screen that I would encourage parents. There's so much good material out there, parents. You gotta know that we don't know it all, but there's somebody out there who knows something. This one I mentioned before in the program, The Cuddling of the American Mind, How Good Intentions and Bad Ideas are Setting Up a Generation for Failure. Another good one is The Anxious Generation, How the Great Rewiring of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness. And Raising Good Humans, a mindful guide to breaking the cycle of reactive parenting and raising kids and raising kind, confident kids. That's my suggested reading book list, because trust me, we all need the insight that is available to us. This person says, I agree with you. We should not reward the bad behavior. Oh my goodness, celebrate that lady. 2 sayings have come out of today's show. Get up, suck it up. Well, if I can add a third one, get up, stay up, and suck it up. Yes. Morning. I too was a single mother of 3, having my first child at 14. I struggled tremendously living most of my young life with a cokehead and repeatedly tried to change him. You can't change him, honey child, because of wanting my children to have a father. And that wasn't working. At the age of 27, I got pregnant with my 4th child and decided at that point, I can't do this struggle anymore. And when I had the baby, I asked the doctor to tie me off, and he said no. This is shocking because, once again, I would love to know who these doctors are that are telling young women that they cannot have their tubes tied when they already have 3 and 4 children. He cannot lawfully tell you no. So, you guys need to start exposing who the hell these people are. They go on to say, I said, doctor, if you don't tie me anywhere in this world you're at, I'm going to leave the baby on your doorstep because I don't want any more children. He said, wow, you're serious? I said, doctor, I'm very serious. and my appointment was set and I've since been tied off. Can you imagine having to go to that extent to have something done to your body that you want to have done? That's ridiculous. Child, try and tell me which doctor he was, because I would love to know. This is not taking away the responsibility of the deadbeat fathers, says this person, but as females, we got to do better too. It's so sad. This young lady took responsibility and obviously is getting her life together. See the difference. Personal responsibility is the key, and not just expect the government to bail them out at the end of the day. It's not sustainable. The country will go broke. Amy says, I've yet to meet a woman, Cayman, who's asked a doctor to tie their tubes and the doctor approved it. I mean, I cannot, to me, Amy, this is, I know I talked about this at length yesterday because I was getting complaints about this years ago. And it is shocking to me that that is actually the case. I actually went as far as calling the CEO of the HSA, Lizette, because it was her doctors that I was getting complaints about. There's a Jamaican lady there in Women's Health. I can't remember her name now, and others. And Lizette said that she would speak with them because I said, listen, I'm going to challenge you guys on this, and I'm going to expose this as a much broader conversation because you cannot tell a woman what to do with her body. And she has the right to have her tubes tied. You know, so I remain flabbergasted. I mean, I don't know how long ago that was that this woman, she said, the gyno at the hospital, this is back in 1998. Yeah. I know for sure that this has been happening. And even in 1998, this should not have been happening. You should not be begging and pleading a physician to tie your tubes if you said, tie my tubes. Having said that, though, I do have a question about why tubal ligation, which is obviously, you know, it's an operation and, you know, things can go wrong with operations, why that seems to be the option. Are you guys telling me that there's no form of birth control that's actually effective? You know, 3-4 children in, like there's nothing that works. I mean, as a parent of one who's been there, done that, I find that hard to believe. Like, what kind of birth control are you guys using? A lot of you can't use the pill because you forget to take it. And obviously that's not going to work if you're forgetting to take it. But there's other types. Do we have to have a show, an education on birth control methods? Right? Birth control, there are some options at the HSA that are available for free, but there are a lot of options that are available out there, some 5-year and long-term. Do people not know about these options as women? I think maybe we need to have that conversation in depth as well. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. I've been in and out, so I'm not sure if this was answered already. So if it was, forgive me. But the Young Parents Program is alive and active.
Yes, I was going to get to that. Yeah. It seems that people don't know that it is, though, which is interesting.
Well, initially, many years ago, it started out as YPP for Young Parent Program. Then I think Miss Joanna Clark was put in charge of it, and it became the Joanna Clark Program or something it was something with her name. And then from what I understand, it kind of died off. However, I don't know. But it is definitely very alive and active. And I personally know this because I have been donating things there. And Miss Marie Martin, bless her precious cotton socks, is heavily involved in that. And she's been who I was told is the person to go to. So the person who I send donations to her, I send them to her via somebody. So I know that she's heavily involved in that. So just in case anybody wants to know, yes, it is alive and active today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, I'm going to check with the, what's it called? The Department of Youth and Sports, because it falls under that, because obviously they need to talk more about this program, because I didn't even know it existed anymore. I thought it was defunct. So I understand that it's under a Miss Bryan or something, someone said, and they agreed that there was not enough being done with the program, even in terms of, you know, informing the community that the program still exists. So thank you to that caller. And yes, I mean, this is wonderful because you can then donate to a program like that can then help other children. But the government needs to step up and tell us what the program is doing. And, how are these young people getting on in the program? So, yeah. So someone again saying that they had the same experience. They said Dr. Ebens was mine and told me that at age 34, I needed to be 35. And then after that told me I need approval from my husband. Can y'all stop the fuckeridge? Approval from a man to get your tubes tied? In what world? In what world? Y'all cannot be serious. No man not gonna tell me what to do with my body. I can tell you that. That's what I tell you. Boy, no sir. And I would be extra insulted for a man telling me that I have to get permission from a man. Like, really? I hope to God that y'all not doing this in this day and age. If I hear of one doctor doing this now, it's gonna be me and them. Trust me. Make sure. But Amy, you're absolutely right. It has happened to too many women. Too many women have had to fight to get it done. Raymond says, what about the IUD? Cheaper than unplanned pregnancy. I mean, there are lots of options. Some people can't do the IUD, but they can do a pill. Some people can't do a pill, but they can do the shot. Some people can't do the shot, but they can do the inserts in the arm. There are lots and lots of options out there. And if you want your tubes tied, then that is your choice. And you should be able to get your tubes tied as well. Lavana says, I was told the same thing many years ago by my gyno, and I went to another doctor and he did it for me. Talking foolishness about you're too young, and I was married too. No man is going to tell me what to do with my own body. Exactly. Wow. Oh my God. One person said that must have been Dr. Eileen Ebanks at the HSA. Yeah. What a mess. Don't confuse the Dr. Ebanks. Ebankses. So this person saying, back then the pill made me sick, the coil made me stink, and condoms gave me yeast infections. Okay. There's still the shot. There's still the inserts in the arm. There's still a lot of other options, but if you gotta get the tubes tied, then you get the tubes tied. Lady D1 says, I too wanted to tie my tubes, but after being told I would experience menopause at a very early age, instead of having my body go through the changes naturally. So it's something to think about. Tying your tubes, or isn't that when you do a hysterectomy that forces you into early menopause? I think they're two different things though, for sure. Irvlin says, yeah, they would not do it unless you're married and the husband would have to agree. That's just stupid. Absolutely stupid. But anyway, I hope in this day and age, because this was a number of years ago that I had this conversation with Miss Lizette, I hope in this day and age that it's no longer happening. And to Amy's point, I talked about this yesterday. We put all the burden on the women, but if the men have to give permission, yeah, why don't they step up to the plate and get a vasectomy? Yeah, they're not gonna do that, huh? Whatless, I tell you. All right, folks, if you have any sort of a solution that can help, now going back to this particular family, if you have anything that can help, because everybody has an opinion, but nobody has any solutions, unfortunately. They can't offer up any help. If you have anything that can help this family, a solution on a long term, they say they want to keep renting. I think that is not the best solution in the world because, someone said, well, what happened to, their renting situation in the past? You're always going to find it difficult, number one, to even find a place that can accommodate that many children. And also not just be able to accommodate the number, like the number in the family, but also even landlords that will want to rent it. And then there's the affordability question. I think that there has to be a longer term solution. And maybe one of those is government housing. So Phineas says, Sandy, it is still happening. Women, listen to me and listen to me carefully. If any one of you out there have gone to a doctor and wanted to get your tubes tied, and they said to you that you can't do it because you're not old enough, or you need a husband's permission, a father's permission, you need permission from God, please call me and let me know about this. Please message me. Please reach out, because lawfully they cannot do that. So, Sophia, if this is still happening, I need names. We're going to take down some names, dates, and times, and we're going to deal with them because they need to be reprimanded. They can't do it. Miss Sue said it was different years ago. They had plenty of kids, but the cost of living then much lower. Listen, it has always been difficult with a bag load of children. Don't kid yourself. Yes, the cost of living was lower, but for the most part, the families that always have the most children are the poorest families. Have you guys noticed that? Not for nothing, but people of financial means don't tend to have no bag of children. Not normally. You'll find the occasional ones that do it, but they understand. Having all these children, especially in modern day times when there are birth control options. Back in the day, they did it because children would die off, as children. Once you had a baby, they weren't guaranteed to live to adulthood, so they had 10 just so that 2 or 3 could survive. In this day and age, people with good sense don't have no bag of children. I'm sorry to tell you. Even if they can afford it, they don't do it. Because it's not just, as somebody said, except for Elon Musk and Nick Cannon. And even Nick Cannon, he hustling and talking about he got to try and hustle to support all these children. He's an example of an irresponsible father. And I don't give a shit that he's a celebrity. And he got to work 10 jobs just to be able to support those kids. And thank God that Mariah Carey has the twins, because at least she's financially independent and can make sure that they have a good life. Those other women, again, why are they laying down with Nick Cannon and having unprotected sex with this man? They're just stupid. Sometimes stupidity knows no bounds. Morning, Raymond. Raymond says, also, once we're done having children, we don't want to be on birth control anymore, so I did a vasectomy. Good for you. Yay! Kaboom! First man to admit he's had a vasectomy on the cold hard truth. I wish more men would do it. But Caribbean men are so, they don't even want to fix their own dogs and the stray dogs in the street, much less themselves. I mean, I applaud you, Raymond. Praise the Lord. Ms. Brenda says they need to invent a birth control for men. They have it, by the way, and they have been working on it. I don't know how effective it is yet, but I know they've been doing a lot of clinical trials. She says not just for women. If you don't want to take it, then they should be made to have a vasectomy, share the responsibility and I agree 1,000%. But men are something else, I mean, not for nothing. But how many of you men would be willing to use birth control if it was available for men? It is an uphill battle. It has always been the woman's responsibility. And I agree that it is completely sexist and it is unfair. Ms. Brenda says Nick Cannon's not a father. He's a sperm donor. Don't confuse the two. That's true. Same thing with Elon Musk. He's going around because his father believes, and he passed it on to him, and having all of these children. Oh, Greg, you confessed to doing it yesterday. I'm sorry, I missed your message. Good. Look at that. Hashtag vasectomy, and proud of it. I love it. Let's make vasectomies trend. Great. And it's also less side effects. I mean, not for nothing, but women are likely to have more side effects from, hysterectomies and perhaps even tubal ligations than men. It's a very straightforward procedure, actually, for a man to do it. And I think for men, it's even reversible in a lot of cases. So y'all ain't got nothing to worry about. Yeah, Miss Barbara G. Listen, back in the day, food and wages were less. I think because so many people were having that many children, you know, it is what it is, and people just lived in poverty. So everybody was living in poverty together. And you know, you didn't have the available options that you do today. Now that we have options, there's no excuses really for having all these children. I mean, let's rein that in. Caller, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning. Some men will do the vasectomy, but some won't do it, because I had a cousin and he agreed to do it because his wife, they had 2 children, and he said they didn't want no more kids, and she didn't want to get fixed, but he agreed to do it. But you know why a lot of men don't want to do it? Because they says, well, they don't know if they're gonna remarry or anything, and then, well, you know, I guess they want kids with another woman or whatever, and that's why they won't agree with it. But like I had a cousin that done it. They used to live in New Orleans. Well, he dead now, but he did it. But then I'll repeat this again. Remember, I was telling you about me. I don't know about doctors telling people that they can't do it, because I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't tell them I'm a liar, but the doctor told me that my husband had to sign, and he didn't want to sign. And I said, well, he can't tell me what to do with my body. And I talked to him, and then he agreed, because they tell me that in the States you could do it without husband consent, but you couldn't do it in Cayman in the Caribbean. And I say this was in 1990. I don't know nothing about now.
Can I ask you a question? Was he a Caribbean doctor that told you this foolishness?
Well, yes, because it was Dr. Beecher. He was Jamaican.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. I mean, every time I've asked the question, it's always been a Caribbean doctor, and in particular, Jamaican doctors telling people this foolishness.
Well, that's who did mine. I don't remember him, Beecher, the one that they were accusing of rape or something some years ago. One girl had said, well, he had raped her or some shit.
I don't know. I don't even know who he is, but.
Well, he was a Jamaican. His name was Beecher.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm just saying that even at the HSA, all of the doctors that were telling the women this, they were female physicians, but they were all Jamaicans. And I'm thinking, maybe in Jamaica that's a thing. I mean, I don't know what their policy
this one was
is there.
male.
No, I'm just saying they all were from Jamaica. And I found it so strange.
He was a good doctor. And he told me, he said, well, although I was high risk, like I remember I told you, and then I had this problem, and I said, well, I didn't want no more kids. Well, my husband used to tell me, you know, that he want to keep me barefoot pregnant and washed up. And he wanted 10 kids. And I said to him, maybe you can produce 10, but I can tell you what one man home used to say, you'll have to look yourself another victim, because you ain't going to have one out of Shelma. I'm not saying that you can make 10, you can make 20, you can make 40, but I want 2. And I got 2.
Yep. Thank you, my dear.
I really would have 5, because I had some problems. Because my son went in 90, he was a twin, that's what I tell you. And I had problems. And then my first pregnant one, 79, and I had a miscarriage. And then I had a baby in 1981. That's another story. But they claim that they gave him this injection that wasn't supposed to be for him at the HSA. But that was a big thing, and we were trying to sue, but we couldn't sue because we couldn't get the proof. That we needed people that knew that they say, well, had know what went on. We couldn't get nobody to go to court. So that's another story. But I would have had 3, but that was a full born. He born. He was 9 pounds. He was big. That's the biggest one I had. And they claimed about he had this congenital heart disease or whatever. And Dr. Burkett in the Jackson Memorial and Hospital in Miami, they sent me there, and they were saying there is a thing, because I guess I see the bench that I thought helped sitting with this little Nolan boy that about this congenital heart. There is a thing, but he said that he don't understand if that's what my baby had, how these doctors here could not detect that, because they were supposed to detect that during pregnancy.
All right, let's leave this. We're going down a little rabbit hole now. Let's leave that for another day. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you, my dear.
I went to the hospital. The third went and had him Thursday, and I don't know. At the end of it, that's what it is.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, they told me that my husband would have to sign.
Yeah,
and I said,
absolutely ridiculous.
And
Thank you, caller.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
yes,
you,
ma'am.
darling. Couple questions and comments coming in. This Queen's daughter says, as a woman, when you have a child, think if you can manage that child or children alone financially, emotionally, and all the allies, because men, most, find it easy to walk away. And Queen's daughter, girl, you're a queen yourself, because that is a very good question, because you never know what could happen. Look at the number of women who have been married and thought they had a good husband, and child, somebody come along with a bigger bonket than you and straighter hair than you, and you know, from some Asian country he never heard of before, and all of a sudden his little brain down there gets all twisted up and he gone and left you. So you're absolutely right. Women have always had to be, because we carry the child, so we know the child for us, and we have that responsibility as mothers. You know, it is much easier for men to walk away. So I agree with you. You know, that would be the ideal situation, is making sure, regardless of what happens between you and him. But this is what I'm telling y'all. When I'm looking forward to Aunt Lotta's show on CMR TV, because, honey child, when she used to say to me, let's be very, very clear now. Okay. A man has the option of walking away. A good mother, because some of your mothers be walking away too. A good mother, never. And if a man can't commit to you by putting a ring on it and signing a piece of paper and a document, don't get pregnant for him, because he's not even anywhere close to being ready. I'm just saying. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I started working at the age of 15, and I took my first paycheck and went to the doctor to put me on birth control pills. I'm number 7 of 8 children, and today I'm 53 plus years old, never married, have no kids, and own my own home. To each his own. However, my mommy told me that if I make my bed hard, I must sleep in it. It was not so nice, kind words, but it was a huge impact on the choices that I made in life. Take care and have a blessed day. Birth control works. I don't care what you all want to say. If you're using it, it's like 99, using it correctly, it is like 99% effective. And here's one example. From the age of 15, she started taking birth control. She's number 7 out of 8. I'm 8 out of 8, so I feel you there. And trust me, women, you have choices. Good morning. I had 2 boys, 15 months apart, decided I wanted no more. I drank a pill for the last 19 years and have had no issues. Never forgot. So that this is weird when people say they forget. They don't forget to spread their legs, though. I had a similar conversation with my doctor, and I told him it was my body, my choice. This gentleman says, not to be too much of a downer, but I have tried to go and talk to children, especially young men. I stopped. The level of teeth kissing, rude and uninterested youth made it very hard, not impossible, to reach the one that was savable. The teachers were happy for the break, so they weren't helping. I am afraid a new start is needed, and it will be painful and hard decisions will have to be made. I once saw a young man about a horse myself. Fact is, a female can only have so many children a year. A man with a bit of stamina, can father plenty, and vasectomies are reversible. What a mess. You know, I think there are ways to make these programs much more effective. But we need these programs for sure, these mentoring programs. Trisha says, not crazy, whatless. Yeah. Marcus says getting pregnant for 4 different men within 5 years is crazy. No arguments from me. Miss Patricia, good morning, says my second daughter had 4 children. She wanted to get it done with her 3rd child in Jamaica, and they refused it, that she was too young. When she had her 4th child, she wanted to get it again, and they said she had to be married first. You know, these doctors not got no sense, you know. They know that these young girls, unfortunately, are having children, and the children are going to be disadvantaged. That's why I like what that one woman said. She told the doctor, I got to bring this baby and put him at your doorstep. I bet you she did it then. Because they're not even helping. How are they going to deny people what is a right, a legal right? And I tell you, I don't know. Can someone who's familiar with the laws in Jamaica, is it legal there for a doctor to tell you you need permission from a man and all this kind of foolishness? Because it must be for them to have this so ingrained in their heads. Oh my God. This is crazy. Absolutely unbelievable. Cannot believe it. Edwin says, I want to ask a question. Suppose your husband say that if you go ahead and have a tubal ligation, he will leave the marriage because in the future he might want another child. What would be your response? You talking to me personally? Is this a personal question? Or you just want women in general to ask? Listen, if you have a husband who takes that kind of position, you guys are not in alignment. And this is why, Edwin, before you even lay down with a man and start to open yourself up to him sexually, y'all need to have conversations. So big kaboom to Elizabeth, who said there's too many people who are into casual sex. Yeah? And that there is where the problem starts. What is more precious than giving yourself to somebody sexually? I think the God's honest truth is we need to start having some conversations. Now, I'm not here to be your moral compass, but if you're with a husband and you guys have not even had a discussion about how many children you want together, you never had that conversation to see if you were aligned in your family planning values, then that's a problem. I mean, for me, it would have been one of the first conversations. Right? Okay, I want 2 kids. Like, what are you? If you're saying you want 10, 20, honey child, would have kept it moving. Yeah, you cute and whatever, but this relationship is not going to work. People need to start having conversations before they have sex. Can we hashtag that? Conversations before sex. Find out what you have in common. Because unfortunately, once you start to fornicate, it all goes to hell in a handbasket. Then you're being all confused. You're feeling all good. Figure out what you want before you get in a relationship, before you get married. And then ultimately, I guess people have an opportunity to change their minds, Edwin. So if you're sitting there and the man is like, no, he wants more children, as a male responder just said, tell him to haul ass. And real quick too. No man not gonna be able to tell me what to do with my body like that. What? No. Listen, truth be told, I'm sure my husband would have loved another child. So would I, but by the time I had this one in my early 40s, I was like, oh my God. And because this was it was a difficult pregnancy, I said, you know what? How about we just accept that we were blessed with the one. Thankfully, she is healthy in the end. She's fine. She was in the NICU for a month. Y'all want to talk about the cost of having children? Have a special needs child. And I was just not going to try my luck again. Because the doctor said to me, listen, if you want another one, it's best we do it right away. And I was like, oh, no. First of all, I'm like, I not even catch up on sleep. And this child don't look like she can be sleeping until the time she's 18. Because she's a horrible sleeper. And I must go back and have another one right now? Y'all trying to kill me or what? So I said, Marlon, I'm sorry. It gotta be one and done. That gonna have to be it. You have to be satisfied with her. And that's what it is. We've talked about like maybe we should adopt a baby. But children take time. It's hard. He works a lot of hours. I work a lot of hours. We barely got time for the one we got now. But I've thought about it. I've thought about maybe just adopt a baby. But child, I couldn't. The doctor's like, go right back. I'm like, oh God, no, I can't. Just take your blessings and leave it alone. Lord have mercy. And then y'all talking about you dreaming about fish. Speak of the devil. Hear him calling me now. Your ears ringing or what? Hell. Did I just answer the phone? Hello? It's still ringing. What kind of phone business this is? Let me see what he wants. He called me in WhatsApp, and WhatsApp wouldn't stop ringing. Hello? Were your ears ringing? Oh. No, that was not hey, like call me hey. But I'll call you. I'm still on air, so I'll call you back. There was something I was going to tell you. I can't remember now, Jill. When it comes to me, I'll let you know. All right. Good morning, caller.
Oh, you still on your hair?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay. Child, I said hey to him, and he called me, and I'm like, no, I didn't mean for you to call me. Carrie has a solution. She says, get batteries and mechanical devices. There's no drama unless the batteries die at the wrong time. Make sure they're rechargeable, girl, and then you're good. You're fine. Nadine says these girls are having all kinds of kids with different baby daddies. It's so crazy. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay. Truth be told, I have a cold.
I was going to say from even yesterday, you sounded very congested.
Yeah?
Yes.
And you know how I got it? When I came back to the island the other day, it was raining. And so we had to get off the plane in the rain. And I had a flu previously. So by the time I got into the building, my throat was already, I don't know if it was in soprano, alto, or what, but even the customs officer offered to, go and get me some water. But anyway, what I called to say is, maybe I should claim sick leave from Cayman Airways and pain and suffering and whatever pains I can attach to that. Mr. Rudder, I think you might be listening. Go on a little check up here for the place. Anyway,
yes, sir.
So I called to give you a little more on a chuckle. You're talking about adopting a child. Okay, so I'll have a baby and you can adopt it. What kind you want? What kind you want? What you want? A boy or a girl?
Oh my goodness. Oh.
You want a boy or a girl?
I don't know. Maybe a boy, so I can have one of each.
I can still get babies, you know. It's just a choice that I really want. You know, that's the first question. So,
Lord have mercy.
I just tried that before. I didn't want to go cloning that.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I appreciate it. Friday last. Because we don't have Mr. Dexter. I haven't heard from Mr. Dexter with his jokes in a while. I got to check on him. Make sure he's okay.
Maybe he's off island because I think he travels with his missionary.
Yes, that's right. That's so true.
And by the way, I told you a long time ago, come take your goodies out of my yard because I see they multiplying now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're like the cats.
Yeah.
But anyway, on the subject you were talking about, on a serious note, Sandra, and all you men out there, you don't like what I'm going to say, then suck it up. Society has been too hard on women, and the men get a pass.
Yep.
I think instead of pressuring women and shaming women, haul their asses into court or into the doctor's office. Make them choose which one they want. Go to family planning training because half of you doesn't work. Your father can throw it up in the street, okay? That's the biggest problem that we have. We don't see no men trails around struggling with 3 little children. It's always a woman. And sometimes it's not because she had 3 children for 3 different men. It's because she chose to have it with you.
Yes.
And you were not mature enough to understand what a father is. You think making children is what made you a man. No. Think again. Go and buy a book and read, and you know how wrong you are. You have, as Sandra said, that is a conversation you need to have with the female you choose to have your children with. And together, the two of you raise your children. It is not her responsibility to bathe the children or to comb their hair or to help them with their homework. It's a shared responsibility. So until you are grown up enough to understand your only job is not to plant the seed.
That's
then
right.
Stay away from women. Go find another way to bring comfort to your macho, your wannabe macho ass. And I'm sorry, because that's the way I feel about you men. And unfortunately, Caribbean men, and especially our Caymanian men, they have failed the male species.
Where's my kaboom button? Yep. I agree 1,000%.
And yes, some women do have difficulties and bad reaction to all of the contraceptives. But I don't think it's fair for her to take that load on because she's the one who doesn't want, as my friend would say, don't want to bag it up. Because it makes you less than a man. You want to be interested, but you know what? This Palmer never threw away her 5 daughters. That's nice. Anyway, have a wonderful weekend, Sandra.
Thanks, you too.
You want to have, let me know. I'll have one and you can take it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And right on point. I absolutely agree. But the sad reality is, unfortunately, men just not taking. And, you know, to Miss Brenda's point, what I would love to hear is, you know, conversations around men having conversations with young boys and teenagers about how to be responsible. You have to be a responsible man before you can even think about getting to fatherhood. You know what I'm saying? It's just, yeah, we are raising, and this is a Caribbean indictment, maybe a worldwide indictment, but I know that definitely is happening in the Caribbean. We are raising men who have no accountability whatsoever for their role in any of this. We are a very male-centric country where most men don't even know how to cook. We don't teach them how to cook. We don't teach them how to clean. We cuddle them like they're babies. They're not responsible. And so when they go out there having irresponsible sex with women and bringing all these babies, you know, into the world, they don't get hauled into court for child support. I've even seen some mothers, just how whatless y'all are. Instead of making their sons be responsible, the grandmother then, right, the mother of the boy, the young son, they pick up the slack and will pay child support for. I'm like, really? I mean, I guess that's better than nothing because we don't want the child to go without. But how about you ask your son to man up for change? And so, yes, I want to applaud these men who even this morning have had the conversation and said, listen, I've had a vasectomy. I'm part of it. You're enjoying the good times. So why not? It's a mess. Let's read a few more comments. Somebody said we need to get to John. We're coming, honey chow. This person says, good morning, Miss Sandra. Please keep me anonymous. I sit back and I watch your show all the time. And there are times that I dislike the way you handle a situation, but then there are times that I wholeheartedly believe in what you do. You know, if I got you 50-50, girl, we good. This case with his family of 7 has gone too far. I know this family, and Jamie is a mother of 6, not 5. Huh? Well, I don't know who Jamie is, and I don't know. This is the same young lady? I'm confused now, girl. Help me understand. All right, let me keep reading because this is breaking news to me. I don't know. Let's see. I know this family, and Jamie is a mother of 6, not 5. Her oldest is a girl that she had when she was in school. The other 5 are never fully in her care. She has had a big support system and abuses it time after time. She has her priorities fucked up. Are you sure you're talking about the same person? Because how is she going to tell Kwakampa she got 5 or she got 6? None of her kids are for her husband. He's doing his endeavor best to help where he can. She has multiple baby fathers, 5, and uses the kids for financial gain. I'm not saying that at times people don't or won't fall in hard times, but to repeatedly put yourself in a situation that keeps you in a place that you continue to self-sabotage is a cycle that she realizes gains some sympathy from outsiders. This isn't the first rodeo. She's a master manipulator. What? Girl, I need this to sink in. Are you sure this is the same person? Oh my God. 6 children, not 5? So where's the daughter? How is she denying the daughter? What the fuck? My mind is blown. I need a bathroom break on that note. I really do have to go to the bathroom, but that really made me like, I can't hold it any longer after hearing that. Wow. Okay. Permit me to take a work break because we're going into overtime today, honey child. I am confused. Whoa. Oh my God. Mind blown. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Y'all hang tight. Do you want some music? Or you just want to read that message and have that sink in? Because if that is true, I mean, that's a whole new dynamic. Here's a message from the ESO office. Play this until I come back, honey child.
The Fall Labour Force Survey and Quality of Life Survey conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office, ESO, starts on Sunday, September 28th. The Labour Force Survey seeks to collect data on the employed and unemployed persons in the Cayman Islands, as well as those who are not in the labour force. The Quality of Life Survey seeks to gather information on life satisfaction, sense of well-being, financial security, economic outlook, social inclusion, sense of belonging to the local community, and perceived health. Trained interviewers, with ESO ID cards, will visit randomly selected households. The interviews are confidential in accordance with the Statistics Act. No individual data will be published or disclosed. Survey data are exempt from Freedom of Information requests. For more details, please call the ESO hotline at 516-3329. That is, 516-3329. The Fall Labour Force Survey and Quality of Life Survey conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office, ESO, starts on Sunday, September 28th. The Labour Force Survey seeks to collect data on the employed and unemployed persons in the Cayman Islands, as well as those who are not in the labour force. The Quality of Life Survey seeks to gather information on life satisfaction, sense of well-being, financial security, economic outlook, social inclusion, sense of belonging to the local community, and perceived health. Trained interviewers, with ESO ID cards, will visit randomly selected households. The interviews are confidential in accordance with the Statistics Act. No individual data will be published or disclosed. Survey data are exempt from Freedom of Information requests. For more details, please call the ESO hotline at 516-3329. That is, 5...
Okay, I'm back. And wow, my mind's still blown. Damn. I don't know what to say. Oh, gosh. Okay. Whew. Come, honey child. What a mess.
need to bring this in to see if they can fix it.
What happened to it?
Remember, this was the fob not working. So the man said I should bring it and bring the other one.
Who said must bring it?
This place that the man that he did call and he told me to bring it.
Jonathan?
Yeah, Jonathan. This place on island that they deal with fob key. I don't remember the name of it.
I don't think, no, but this is an external alarm system, so I don't think they can be able to do anything about that.
So when I sent him the picture, they said maybe.
No, well,
So
I don't
just
think
leave
so.
it then.
Yep.
Mm.
But there's a backup one, right?
Yeah, I'm using the backup one. But the backup one, like it don't have an alarm on it. So when you lock the car, just lock it on.
Hmm? Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, to deliver some produce. Okay. All right. Lord have mercy. Let me send some grocery money. Hold on. What a mess. I don't understand. I'm so confused right now. All right, we got to buy groceries. That much I do know. Grocery money. Today's Friday. How much money do we think we need for groceries this week? Let's send $300 for groceries. Because price right, that probably means toilet paper and other supplies. So $300 for groceries, child. Oops, not 3,000. Lord have mercy. I hit one too many zeros on that one. Groceries. Wow. Groceries. There we go. I put it in the comment section so I can add it to my QuickBooks later. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Damn. Victor Lookloy says, now we heard the cold hard truth. Child, Dr. Lookloy, sometimes the cold hard truth even knocked me down. And there it is. Once upon a time, not long ago, I was a hoe. I'd admit it, but take it back because I did that shit. Gabby, what the hell? Hi, Sarah. No, the lights are not on. The lights are on, but my head is trying to process it. Wow. So 6 children and not 5? I'm hung up on that bit alone. That's a lot of money for over a week of groceries for a family of 3? I don't think so, Miss Sue. You've not been grocery shopping lately, especially if you need supplies like toilet paper and paper towel. Not gonna be 100 out of the 3 right there. Ay. Lord Jesus. I can't even. But there's a reason why I have to ask questions. And there's a reason why I often say, some people just don't come to me and come to CMR for help because I'm going to ask questions and they don't want me to ask questions. The Compass is easy. They're very easy to put up a feel-good story or a woe is me story. Because they don't know who you are. I can tell that's the English person that wrote that, talking about flats. I hope she gets it together. That's all I can say. I can't say no more. For the sake of the children, my God. Oh, Lord Jesus. What a mess. Okay. Well, she said her tubes are tied. I hope to God that that's the truth. Please let that be true. And I also hope, because she's only 33 years old, so she got a good 20 years of childbearing still. And I also hope that at the end of the day, She says she's doing a cosmetology course and she's going to finish by December. I hope that that is true. Doing hair isn't the most lucrative job in the world. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who are doing that profession. So it's going to be hard to get a job in these salons and stuff like that. But I can't even. Somebody said that Jamie with 6 kids is from East End and is a user. What kind of user? What do you mean by user? Like drug user or just people user, or what are we talking about here? What a mess. Wow. Anyway, I don't know. I can't. Let's move on to politics. This person says she is not from East End, so it's not that one. So somebody else was saying that, so she's not from East End. Okay, her father is, yes. Okay. Lord Jesus, I can't process this story anymore. Okay, I'm done. The other person says, no, her father's from East End, fireman James Dixon. She's from West Bay. Well, I mean, your father from one district. I mean, you partly from that too, I guess. But anyway, all right. Okay. Good luck to you, young lady. I hope for the sake of the kids, you can get the help you need. And you can get it sorted out. What a hot mess. Let's move on to politics. I can process the stupidity in politics a little bit more. Did I read all the comments? Two more and then we're done. Good morning, TD. Kids need quality time with parents with good morals and value. No money can replace that. Hallelujah. Happy! Yes, Beecher was a fresh doctor. I don't know who he is. Is he still alive? I don't know anything about him. I had him and he put in my IUD wrong. I could feel it when having sex, plus bled a lot. TMI. When I finally got it out, the flesh was growing around it. Ooh. True, them Jamaicans would say, "Mina puss in a bag," so they have it try it first. Damn idiots. Mina puss in a bag, so they have to try it first. Try what? Puss? Puss trying to try puss? That's why you go on dates, not to sex. A few people to see which one is the best for you. Time, preschool, Pampers, can't sleep. Trust me, I feel you there. Ugh, just changing the dirty diapers alone had me. I was like, oh, stinky. Oh, Lord. To Edwin, I had that conversation with my ex-husband, told him I only wanted 2, and he's free to have as many as he wants, just won't be with me. Can we move on to John John now? Okay, let's move on to John John, because I can't buy puss in a bag. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. Buy puss in a bag? Okay. Okay. All right, we got to move on, folks. I like I said, I can't deal with any more of this. Yes, let's move on. John John. First of all, before we move on to John John, there's a picture yesterday. Just give me 1 minute here now. Hold on. Somebody sent me of 2 guys sleeping on the Iron Shore. You guys saw that one? So I've got an update on this, and I promised you guys that I would give you an update. So permit me to find the original photo. Just a second here. Dun 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 dun. This is when my brain can't take anymore. I got to start singing a little tune, Honey Child, because I can't. What a hot fucking mess. Oh my God. Okay, where's that picture? All right. Oh, Lord Jesus, give me strength. All right, hold on. I'm just saving a couple things for our upcoming discussions. So we got that document. We got we got where's the homeless men? Oh, Lord have mercy. Anyway, oh yes, I got this document. Hold on, let me save this one on the computer. And then let me just see where these guys are. My apologies, honey chow. All right, so there is a photo that we posted. I'm trying to find it. Give me a second. Of these guys sleeping on the iron shore. And so, not wanting to jump to any conclusions, I like to do my investigation. I said, let me try to investigate what's going on, who they are. I mean, they could have been Cuban migrants. They could have been anybody. So I said, let me try and figure out what this is all about, because I don't know. If I don't know, I don't know. So now I know. And I'm going to give you all the cold hard truth, just how we get it on this program. And so I can tell you that this is another case of people who have created a situation of their own. And quite frankly, you know, they're there because they refuse to get clean. So both men are on drugs. I don't know who the younger of the two are. I mean, I figured anybody who's sleeping in the middle of the day, even if you're homeless, what homeless person is going to go sleep on the iron shore in the middle of the day like they've been up all night? Up all night doing what? So I kind of figured this might have been a interesting kind of story. And as it turns out, basically these are druggies that don't want help. Okay. So there they are. Finally found the picture. There they are. Oh, thanks, Irvlyn. She says they met. They're not buying puss in a bag. Oh, so they want to taste the goods before they buy it. Okay. How they want to have it before they marry you. Okay. Yeah, just like I need to see your bank account before you marry me too. How about that? No good son of a... Thank you, Miss Sonia. She says puss in the bag means they want to sample it first. Yeah, they want to sample it, all right. Tell them, let me sample that bank account, make sure that that can keep up with the bills. How about that? Pay the mortgage and pay CUC and pay a couple things, couple months go by good. Let's make sure that your bank account and your job can handle paying some bills. And then you can talk about puss. That's what y'all need to start doing with these men. Gotta tell you, they're not good. They want to sample it, then they can move on to the next one. What a hot mess. Anyway, these two gentlemen, this is what I have discovered. Let me tell you what my sources have said, because I reached out to multiple people, and unfortunately, these are men on drugs who do not want help. They've been offered help, they've been offered jobs, they've been offered all kind of stuff, and they simply do not want it. So one very well-placed source had the following to share, and this is my government sources now, so they know what's the dealio. And basically, they shared that the ones near Burger King on the waterfront, if so, I got some pics early this morning. I then went straight there personally myself before I went to work. I spoke to one individual who was awake. There was another one individual who's sleeping. They had a number of empty 345 cans around them. On questioning the person who was awake, he told me he was a Caymanian, had a heavy Spanish accent. I found out that he's from Honduras, and he does have Cayman status. And he also told me the person who was sleeping was also a Caymanian. So what we know is that both of them, or at least one of them, is Honduran Caymanian mix-up story. And essentially, they have been to drug rehab, at least the one guy. One is called Davis Funes, Honduran national with Cayman status. You see who we giving status to? Lord Jesus. I guess if they get it on descent, we not got no choice. But anyhow, we got to make sure some of these things are revocable, child. But he has status. He has Cayman status. And he does not want to work. There he is, sleeping all day. And I guess up all night chasing drugs. He does not want to get clean. Any of that stuff. So people have tried helping him. They've tried getting him help. They've tried, we'll get you a job. I think one of them is supposed to be a cabinet, a carpentry guy with decent skills. It's not gonna matter because they don't want to come off the drugs. They've been in rehab, in and out of rehab, and still here we are now with them, living underneath on the Iron Shore. Of all the places to go and lie down, like, really? One wave soon come and drown them at night. They better be careful. I guess they're not sleeping at night because they're sleeping all day. I don't know. So that's it. They don't want to help themselves. All I can say is, if you don't even want to help yourself, there's nothing that I can do. Okay, I can't. Even his own family members here who are good, productive people are like, listen, we can't help him. I can't make him come and stay in my house because he can steal everything out of my house and sell it for drugs. So they cannot assist him. So what can I do? This one, his name is Davy. What the hell name is Davy or something? Hold on. Let me get the name for you, honey child. Davis, Devis, Funes, Funes, a Honduran national. So he look like he's sleeping comfortably too. Like he not got no worries. What a hot mess, folks. Listen, drugs are horrible, and you gotta do your best to stay clean. You gotta get the help that's available. He's been apparently to Caribbean Haven and stuff, and they don't want to live. But what I think has to happen is that the government can't make them sleep there. They have to go somewhere else. You can't be sleeping in the Iron Shore like that. You're gonna have to go in the same bushes. In some bushes, sorry. And I don't mean to say it like out of sight, out of mind, but that you can't sleep there. That's vagrancy, and if you don't want to, no, that's not the location for you. The real Michelle says, I can think of worse places to be homeless. Oh, listen, Cayman's homelessness, not to make homelessness sound like it's nothing, but Cayman homelessness. Try being homeless in other countries, even the United States of America. There's a lot worse places to be homeless. These guys, this one, he even looked like he got a couple pounds on him despite being a user. They still be getting food. They're not starving to death. Nobody's going there beating them up or sexually abusing them. Have you guys seen like the documentaries in other countries, even Jamaica, how the homeless are treated? People beat them up, they spit on them, they sexually rape them at night and all kind of stuff. So to be homeless in Cayman, nobody wants to be homeless, except if you're making choices like drug addiction and that sort of thing. However, at the same time, there's a lot worse places to be homeless. Let's just leave it there. We don't want any homeless people. But homeless in Cayman is not the same as being homeless, even the ones who stay under the bridge and stuff in Florida. People go by doing all kinds of things to them. It's horrible. All right. I can't spend too much time on those of you who refuse to get help. Okay. Keeping it moving. Let's talk about John. The real Michelle says they're disappearing. Yeah, the homeless are always at risk in countries like the U.S. They be killing them, murdering them, serial killers go after them, all kind of stuff. Catherine says police may know who the dealers are, but I wish people would call in, even anonymously, and tell investigators who the dealers and importers of drugs are. But listen, even if you do that, Catherine, the police can't do anything about it unless they catch them. They can't take them to court on hearsay and Ma Road chat, you know? So I'm sure people are willing to tell the police, but unless the police catch them in the act or catch them with enough supply where they're like, well, you have to be a dealer, you have to be a supplier, because no regular user has this quantity, that would be the only way that they could get them on charges. I mean, there's people who walk around Cayman Brac, not for nothing, but the Brac has a real drug problem. And people there know who the users are. Not the users, my apologies. They know who the users are, but they know who the suppliers are. And in fact, some of them allegedly work for government doing the road works crew and you know, work for on the road crew. And that's how they're distributing the drugs on the island and bringing it in and all kind of stuff. They can't catch them apparently for whatever reason. So they're free to continue doing what they do. Was he, says Anita, the one who was stuck in Honduras sometime last year? I don't even know. No clue. What a hot mess. We should have left him there if he was. I'm just saying. Okay, let's move on. So yesterday afternoon, John dropped a bomb on you all. Quitter, John, quitter. Aye, y'all don't want the cold hard truth this morning. Hello. We haven't talked politics in a minute, but let's talk about it. So John dropped this. Oh, I like how he did up his little letterhead though. That's what you, Bobo. You got yourself a little graphic designer, man, and somebody to write this for you. Not for nothing, but who wrote this letter for you? Was it Mark Scotland this time or who? Because I think the Minister of Education is busy, so I'm sure you didn't bother him to do it for you. But who wrote this, John? Was it Mark Scotland this time or CG? Which one of them? Because you know he can't really write nothing like this. Y'all do know this, right? Every speech he writes, somebody else gotta write it for him. He can't. No, he can't string nothing together. So here he is. Good day, everyone. Mess with him. I have decided to tender my resignation from the People's Progressive Movement with immediate effect. Can I see by show of hands? How many of you are surprised by this? Are you surprised? Yes? No? Say yes if you're surprised. No if you're like, whatever. John is a quitter. There's no surprise there. Isn't this the second time now that he has quit the PPM? I'm losing count because I know he worked with them, but he wasn't part of the party. Then he joined the party. Okay. Isn't it funny, though, how he gets to resign, and when the other six of them or four of them resigned, you know, they were quitters? Yeah, he's a quitter, too. Except he's a quitter who is a disruptive quitter because I'm going to tell y'all what the streets are saying, and then I'm going to set the record straight, okay? The streets are saying this. Pay very, very close attention. The streets are saying, and the funny thing is, this resignation was tendered yesterday. The day before, which would have been Wednesday morning, I got a message, not a word of lie, from a certain person who said to me, let me see here now. Hold on. A certain person who said to me, honey child, let me show you all the message. Wednesday morning. Oh, yep, 11:25. This is what they sent me. This, and I'm going to explain this messaging to you. So they sent me this. Let me show you. Where's Kenneth this morning, by the way? I heard he was traveling. Somebody said he was away. Somebody sent me this. Honey child. Just like that. I hear they want to take up Michael Miles and put John in his ministry. Question mark 4 times. I hope Gary has nothing to do with it. Honey child. And I replied and said, no one that stupid. But Miles needs to help himself too. Okay. Let's talk about it. Bonnie says, no surprise. Marshall says, nope, no surprise. Quitting again. Can't even stay to a position. You know, in other jurisdictions, apparently when you quit the party, they have to call a by-election. I didn't know that. Cayman is very immature when it comes to party politics. We're not ready. Edwin says he's not a quitter, he's an opportunist. Well, let's go with it. Now, let me be very, very clear. Despite the fact that Michael Miles is up in his feelings about CMR and the cold hard truth, Michael, I'm going to go to bat for you this morning and say, y'all better not touch Michael Miles. Leave him right where he is. He was elected by the people. You guys formed a government with his other side, the coalition people over in the, what's that group called again? Oh shit, I can't remember. Whatever they're called. Hold your position for 4 years and just do your job. Now, there are things that I can critique about Michael. That's why I said he needs to help himself, because I know exactly what the issue is. I know exactly where he's going wrong, but he's not asking for my advice. So I'm not going to give it to him. Michael, you're not helping yourself. However, despite that, I can tell you that the worst thing they could do is remove Michael Miles and put in this joker, John John. John John just came out of this ministry. He just had the ministry, CINP. Thank you, Mayor Star. He just had the ministry. And what did he do? Not a thing. Got nothing done policy-wise. So I don't care what this fancy letter has to say. John John is full of foolishness. About the decision wasn't taken lightly. I know the leadership tried talking some sense into John John, and you're absolutely right. He's an opportunist. He looking money to pay for his 5 children. Well, too bad, too sad. Oh, look at who it is. Hello, honey child. I missed you.
I'm just coming out of hiding.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm not afraid of politicians. Yeah. I'm afraid of you.
Why? Oh my God. How are you? How have you been?
You know what? I'm alive one more day. I don't know if I'm going to be alive tomorrow, so I'm going to take it as if it's going to be my last day.
Yes, give thanks.
It never ceases to amaze me how these politicians are. And I was looking up through my jokes and stuff, and I saw this one where Gene Seymour's wife brought him a parrot for his birthday. She told Alden, the bird is so smart that Wayne has already taught the parrot to pronounce more than 200 words. Wow. That's impressive, Alden said. But do you realize he just says the word but really doesn't understand what they mean? Wayne's wife replied, that's fine. Neither does the parrot.
Full moon madness, Mr. Dexter. Thank you for the joke. I appreciate it.
And you know, the politicians and pampers have something in common. They should be changed regularly for the same reason.
Aye. Yes, sir. Thank you, my darling.
You know, I'm so glad that, you know, there's a lot of people that criticize you that I've spoken out for you, because without you, we would not know what is going on in this country. People are so afraid. What are they afraid about? We live in a democratic country, and if we can't speak what we feel we should speak out about, God help us.
Yep. God, but they said dog and eat our supper. You better believe it, and lunch too.
Anyway, Sandra, you keep up.
Thank you, darling.
I think you need a big kaboom.
Oh, thank you, and welcome back. We love to hear your voice.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Dexter.
I'm not dead. I'm listening to you every day.
Thank you so much. And you know who else I miss? Miss Charlene from West Bay. I haven't heard from her in a minute. Somebody please tell her to give us a call and check in. You know, we miss our regulars here. We're like a family, dysfunctional family sometimes, but that's okay. So anyway, he writes this long thing about, he served the people that came at the Bodden Town East and blah, 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 blah. Look, you know, I don't want to hear it, John John. I don't even care. What I want to tell you is I don't know who was getting in your head telling you that Michael's position is up for grabs and they're going to give it to you. But they're a liar. They are a damn liar because that ain't happening. Not on my watch. Hell to the no. In case anybody, any current MP in there now hit their head and lost all their damn senses, let me advise you that we will get in the streets of Georgetown and we will protest if y'all move one of your government ministers. Hold your position and work it out. I don't care if y'all have to pull all-nighters. I don't care if you have to, hug each other. I don't want y'all assaulting each other, obviously. If you got to hug it out, if you got to kiss ass one day, and then the next day, you kind of go to opposite. I don't care how y'all do it. Negotiate. Work it out. Michael Miles, there's a reason why this rumor is swirling around you, honey child. Because you, in fact, are the weakest link in this current government. I don't know if nobody didn't tell you that because you're making the circuits, the rounds with everybody. And I suppose you think that has put you in good stead. In fact, it hasn't, Now, I want you to listen to me because I know you think I am your enemy, but I am not your enemy. I am here to tell you the truth. You are the weakest link. And what you think is an effective way of reaching the people is going to backfire on you in a big way. Take this piece of advice from me. The campaigning is over. Talk less and do more. I'm going to say it one more time. Talk less and do more. Campaign is done. That's why they come in for you, Bobo. Help yourself. Don't make them pick you off like that. John not qualified for the position. He already had it, and he did not do anything with it. Okay? There's second chances for politicians too, huh? They keep failing us and we give them second chances. I can't agree with that. So, Dwayne John Seymour, bye-bye. Go sit on the back bench. Sit with Chris Saunders, because that's where you're going to be now since you're not part of the official opposition. Do that. I don't really care. You're not doing much for the people of Bordentown East. They foolish and keep voting you back in because you understand garrison politics. But one of these days, they're going to understand that they're going to be one of the poorest districts in Cayman, thanks to electing this man over and over again. Hear me about to call you Dwayne. Denny?
Yeah.
Let me not make that mistake.
When I listen to Michael talk, what I hear him saying about immigration is what he would like to do with immigration, which suggests to me that he doesn't have cabinet approval.
Aye.
But that situation is not complimentary to either side.
Aye.
So this is part of the reasons why I have been harsh in my criticism towards the way immigration is being handled.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that we are being told the full story. Anyhow, I'll leave it there.
Well, I can tell you never told the full story, and I can tell you a part of the full story here this morning now. So y'all need to take out your notebooks and pay attention. So the progressives acknowledge his resignation. Thanking him for his service. It wasn't much of a service, but whatever. Appreciate Mr. Seymour's contributions. He didn't make any during his time, yada, yada, yada. Listen, this is what happens when you are held together by such a thin little thread, right? There's no loyalty amongst these people in the progressives. I'm sorry, Joey. You have taken on a party that is hemorrhaging. There's no loyalty there. They're willing to cut your throat here right now. I'm telling you. If y'all had taken the government, you would not have been premier for long. In case you didn't know, both Julie and Kenneth were going to unseat you. Even now, everybody's like, who's the party leader? Is it really Joey or is it Kenneth? There's all kind of confusion in that party. They wasn't ready for nothing like that. It's too many people trying to be chief. in the progressives. They have lost the plot. And it breaks my heart as a founding member of the progressives, where they have now ended up. So what can he do except accept it and do a nice little thing saying, yeah, thanks for your service, blah, 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 whatever. John, go sit your ass down, because that's all you've been doing anyway. Unproductive. Good morning, caller.
Morning from the bluff. How you doing?
Honey chill, I'm right here.
What a mess. What
you can
a
imagine.
mess.
He trying a thing, you see. Because remember what he did last time when he came over, and then next one come over, and they mess up the whole thing. Hold your coalition government. Y'all don't screw this up, because we put all y'all in the boiling pot together.
Exactly. They better not try a shitting thing with Michael, because we'll call a civil war in this country that they don't want like either. I lead that shit.
Yeah, this
Michael
isn't
there
even,
to protect us.
This isn't even about defending Michael, because I'm going to tell you the truth now about immigration, right? This is not even about protecting Michael as much as it is about protecting the stability of this government and this country. There's no single individual on the political, arena or spectrum that I care more about than I care about my fucking country. Let's get it straight.
Thank you.
And we cannot continue this constant horse trading. And people like John and Chris Saunders and the likes of them do not give a damn about the stability of this country. They're all self-serving people. It's about trying to grab back a ministerial position for themselves. And we are not going to move. He would have to do something really, really egregious, and he hasn't. We're not going to move Michael Miles for the likes of John, who does nothing.
Listen,
but having said
John is a traitor for the PPM. They're trying to get him and making him go back independent, so he may slip into the cracks over there at the NCFC.
Marshall said juju, someone start jumping too. They like fleas, critters, critters all over the place.
They're gonna jump. I thought we were gonna be soon on this, but I gave them 6 months. And where are we now?
Trisha said, "Is anyone in Cayman ever loyal?" That's my question. Not politicians, honey child. Definitely not them.
No, not our politicians. I wouldn't say all of them. No, we still had some really decent, good, and we still have a few decent ones right now elected. They unfortunately are the minority mindset. So they're trying to do their best to get what they can get for their constituencies. But honestly, if that is what they're trying to pull, they want a war. We will be off air.
Yeah.
We'll fucking give them a war. If they want the war, we'll fucking give it to them. If you touch Michael, even make him sit up within the smoke, we coming for an ass, and we got so much shit on all on it. The honor not gonna want no. When we done with honor, the wives gonna take care of things, and honor gonna be sleeping homeless on the Iron Shore. So leave Michael Miles alone. He has done absolutely nothing wrong. He's the first politician take up that ministry and doing something to clean it up that McKeever fucked it up with.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to say is strategically, he could be doing things a little bit differently. He needs to learn. He has to be capable of learning. Okay?
Yeah.
And
I agree.
We have to be honest with our people, Naina. If they're not doing things the right way, even when their heart might be in the right place, as Denny says, he has a lot of questions about immigration.
We need to guide Michael as well. And I be sending him WhatsApp and telling him stuff.
He got to be willing to listen. Because if you're pig-headed and you don't want to listen to people and you want to get offended and you want to take everything personal, politics not for you.
Exactly. But I don't think that is a situation with Michael right now. I think he's really trying, but he has a lot of, as Sabrina has alluded to, and we knew this was happening, a lot of people that stab you in the back up in that minion run deputy governor, civil service. They're good civil servants that want to see good things happen for us in this country, but the bad ones outnumber the good. And that's the problem that we have. And, you know, what I heard this week, I was shocked. I'll talk about it today if I can make it to my show if my toothache don't ease up. I will do a show if it eases up. If not, I ain't doing one. But I gonna bring it out. This is absolutely wrong. And John, you need to go sit your ass down and hire Caymanians up in the fucking airport, not a bunch of Filipinos stealing people's shit.
Well, listen to me. I don't know nothing about them stealing anything, but what he needs to do is whoever he got working for him, he better try and pay him. That's what I know. Stop abusing your workers. That's what he trying to do. Start paying their pension and health insurance. Anyway, leave me there, honey.
Anyway, Michael, we got you covered out here, Michael. Don't you talk to us. We're the people on the ground. We have our nose to the ground and our ears to the ground, and we know what's going on. You need to listen to us. We are your people. We put you there for a reason, and our people plan on coming home to even elevate you further. So don't back down from them. Stand your ground, because we're behind you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'm ruffling some feathers this morning. This person said, WTF? What the fuck? You on Michael's side? This show is pissing me off. Move out, Michael Miles, and give it to Ween. Andre also has Heather. If push comes to shove, stop frigging defending Michael. Ooh, honey child. What a heat. This is what I'm going to say. I gotta give Michael a chance, just like I've given everybody else a chance. Let Michael do what he can do over the next 4 years. I see some mistakes already being made. Okay. Like I said, you got to be willing to take counsel from people. You're not the first one that has been there. You're not the first one that has been given a chance. But I tell you what, them prospect people love to move people out. So be careful that you're not another one-hit wonder. Going on all these talk shows and talking the talk is really not helping you very much. Like I said, focus on getting to work and actually implementing some change. The other thing is, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to throw this out here because this is realities of the world that we live in. You actually think that you can get on the radio with a narrative of being a disruptor, a complete disruptor in education. And the powers that be in this country is going to allow you to do it that way? You need to tone down your chat a little bit. You're doing yourself a disservice by going on all these shows and open up your mouth a little too much. Make your movements. Sometimes you got to make your movements silently, stealth. But we are a country. Caymanians, class, come to the front. All 400 and what is 415, 16 plus 8. All of you come to the class. Listen to what Auntie going to tell you. We are a country now, whether we like it or not, that has been built on foreign labor. You can't change that overnight. You can't change that without having Caymanians who are ready to go in and take up those positions because they're educated, they're experienced, and have the right attitude, the right aptitude, and the right altitude to go in there and do what they have to do. So be careful that you're not putting the cart before the horse. Yes, we need to shake things up a little bit, and we need to make some movements without a doubt. But the powers that be in this country will not allow Michael Miles or anybody else for that matter to come and interrupt their businesses to the point where they're going to fail or lose money. And there will be people in his own party, if he's not careful of his rhetoric, who will start to distance themselves from Michael, and he will find out. You want to talk about cutthroat situations? You're going to find out, Michael, who going to be cutting your throat. And it's not going to be no CMR or the cold hard truth. You're sitting over there vexed with us and kissing the wrong motherfucking asses. That's what I know. But go ahead. Far beyond me to be the truth teller around here. Go ahead and do you. And then you're going to see. But yes, I'm going to stand up for Michael today. Some of y'all going to get pissed off, but that's okay. I gotta say, leave him right there. Don't take Michael out. Take him out for what? Give Michael 4 years. Give him a chance. At the end of the 4 years when he's seeking re-election, then we can all talk and compare notes and see what was accomplished. And then we can hear the same rhetoric that his predecessors now telling you all. You think the ministers have so much fucking power? Think again. He can see. Now, the boards have been non-operational for the last week or two. The immigration boards that to reappoint them. I understand that has been done. Somebody please get me the list of who's been appointed where, because I need to see some real change on those boards too. And it better be some effective change. You need to read it in, Bobo. I'm telling you for your own good. Somebody said, how is Michael the weakest link? Is it his approach? Yes. Yes. Another person says Michael's attitude stinks as far as heaven. Sandy, they must want Caymanians to eat them up. If they try this, because they're trying to fix that thing about Caymanians, PR and status, so leave him there. Make John sit on the back bench with Chris Saunders. Yeah, the two of them can have a bromance going on right there. In fact, Chris Saunders and John, if you would like, on Wednesday, the government is going to be submitting their budget. I'll even send you guys some brownies so the two of you can sit there and get fatter eating some of my delicious, wonderful, amazing brownies. Would you like me to send you some? So you can warm the back bench with some brownies and milk? That'll keep you satisfied. Don't touch Michael Miles. Don't touch him. Whether you supported him or not during the election, it don't matter. Leave this government intact, right where they are. Okay? I said what I said. All right. Tricia says, I hope one day we'll produce better politicians and not snobs or thieves, but those who grow with the country. Good luck. Mirsar says, kaboom. Marshall says, I guess Juju will be next to jump ship. We don't care where she's jumping, but she's not jumping into this government. You can jump on the back bench. You can even jump in Chris Saunders' lap. I don't really give a cahoots, but you're not jumping into this government. Y'all not doing what you did last time. The country can't take no more of this foolishness. Sure. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, good morning, Sandy.
Morning, love.
Tuning into the show.
Yes, ma'am.
Just got up maybe half an hour ago, and I tuned in. So when I tuned in, it was just toward the ending of the announcement that everybody by now knows that John had made that he's leaving the Progressives, becoming independent, and then you came out with the revelation, which I hadn't heard before, that the rumor on the street is that he's being perhaps to replace to replace Michael Miles, right? Let me give you my 2 cents on this. I am not a party person. I never really have been a party person. I basically am more of an independent thinking person. But having said that, let me say this morning.
Debbie, for the record, none of them party persons themselves as much as they quitting, but go on.
Okay. Okay, repeat that because I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, I said that apparently none of them are party persons either, the way that they quit and flip and flop all over the place.
Well, certain party members, I would have to agree. There is one particular party that you can depend on that are going to flip flop. That's for sure. And I'll leave that right there. You can read between the lines. I'm not going to burn any of my bridges this morning, but I will say what I have to say, and who doesn't like it can lump it. I don't really care. I work personally with Michael. I work with him in the Ministry of Education. I think I came on your show before when the debacle came up with the skate park, and I spoke in Ralston's defense at the time. Moving forward, Michael was elected. Ralston was elected. As we speak today, they have put aside their differences and they are working very closely together. Now, yes, Michael is hard-headed. Michael has a short fuse. But I am going to say this, as a Caymanian who is pro-Caymanian, we do not have another immigration minister in my history of having worked in the Cayman Islands government who is more pro-Caymanian and who is at least trying his endeavor best to put Caymanians first. That is my opinion. The last, or one of his last statements of it taking 22 years, putting 22 years in place before you can apply for Cayman status, as far as I am concerned, is long overdue. I personally think, and not being a party person, that he does have the support of many people who were not party members and who were independent thinkers. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what's really going on behind closed doors, but I can only tell you from my observation, I am personally very pleased with what he's doing, and I think that he's making more of a difference than any other Customs and Border Control immigration minister has ever made before. He is doing what nobody else has done, and I think he has the majority of the support of people. What I don't understand, and I want you to clarify for me, is when you say there are certain things that he needs to rein in. Is it his approach? Is it what he's saying that's not going through cabinet? That part I'm a bit convoluted on. Can you explain further?
Well, in my opinion, it's a combination of the two. Because you say what he's doing, but what has he done? Where is the consultation? Where is the legislative change? Where is the draft bills and all that kind of stuff? That hasn't been done yet. So what he has done is he's gone on this media circuit talking, as Denny has rightfully said, singularly as though he's still on the campaign trail. And in my humble opinion, that needs to stop. Focus on getting things done and then come to the people about what you have done. If there's going to be public consultation involved, or because I think how they're going to do it is through focus groups and stuff like that. Work with the focus groups and come back then with your findings from the focus group. He needs to haul it in significantly.
Okay. I just needed clarity on that because I was a bit convoluted because I didn't understand where your perspective was coming from, because I know on my perspective, and having been in a very high-profile ministry, he is more effective at this point, at least with what he is saying verbally and what I think Michael says.
But you know what they say about verbal things? Promise is a comfort to a fool. Just get things
that
done.
I understand too. But knowing Michael, and I know him pretty well, I think that he'll fight tooth and nail.
No, that's fine. He can fight tooth and nail because there's no doubt that he's a fighter. But he's also never been he has also never been on this side of things as a politician having to deal with the civil service. So he might want a lot to happen and get absolutely nothing done because they gotta show him who's boss. He needs to rein it in. As well as, like I said, the businesses in this country who hold the real power are gonna step in and show him how things are done. He just needs to be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, thanks for the clarity. As I said, I think he has the support of the majority of the people, whether they were CINP, whether they were PPM. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe I'm
probably not
a bit
PPM.
too generous. Yeah. And then, of course, I get so confused because the parties and the names, the Wayne's party, what was it called? I keep on wanting to see the CNFC, but I know it's not
we got CINP and we have TCCP.
TCCP, CINP.
And
I'm pretty sure he has
those are three parties.
Of the two parties that are in, and I'm pretty positive he has the support of the independents. And, it's a pretty much level playing field. And I know for a fact he has the support of the majority of the people. So I really, really hope that, as you say, this government remains intact and that he's still given a chance.
No, we gonna tell them that they can't make no movements otherwise. They're gonna have to move intact, right?
Yeah,
come hell or high water, they're gonna have to move intact. They're gonna have to stay right where it is.
Yeah, and it's nothing personal against John. It's just no.
Well, I mean, listen, I hope that all of them know it's nothing personal against any of them, because I don't care that much about them personally. But once they're representative of the people, we have certain standards and expectations. And John has been given multiple ministries, multiple opportunities, and he has failed multiple times. So who looking to hire another critter that has no record of success? Not me.
Right, I understand that completely. Anyway, I just needed, I wanted clarity from you on what you meant and your thoughts were, because I was a little bit convoluted on that, and I just wanted to put in my 2 cents worth, and not being a party person, and he got in, and that's who the people wanted. And I know thus far, I think with what he's trying to accomplish, and if he continues to have the support of his peers and the general public, I think that he's going to do an amazing job. You know, as I said, I worked with him for a long time, and yes, he has a short fuse, and there's no doubt about that. And I would tell Michael that to his face. But at the end of the day, I can also say this about him: he has the heart of the Caymanian people. He really has the Caymanian people in his heart. That is what he's very pro-Caymanian. That I can honestly say about him. So, you know, it is what it is. That's my 2 cents, and I really hope that it doesn't take a deep dive in the wrong direction. Because I was quite perturbed by what I heard this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
We can't have a repetitious of scenarios that keep taking place, and people keep jumping ship, and then you have the same old. It is very frustrating for those of us that have voted. When we vote, and the majority of people that have voted, they voted for what they wanted, and they voted for change. They wanted change, and they got their change, and I think that should be respected. You know?
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it.
All right, there. Bye-bye.
Yes, I'll make that the last call of the day. Oh my God, we're almost at midday. Yes, sir. So I'll soon be having a midday show too. Just roll right into the midday session. Few comments, and then we're going to wrap things up. This government has been there for 5 months. They need to do whatever it takes to make this work. We will soon be the laughing stock of the entire world. The problem is everyone wants power. Let me see. Yep, this one upset, saying I'm on Michael's side. Calm down, calm down. Yep. Okay. Honey, chill. Make your work do the talking. Close your lips. Trisha said you'd be surprised who the powers are. I wouldn't. Carrie says, yes, we cannot change it overnight, but the fucking segregation needs to stop against us. They hate people that's about the business and the people instead of being about wasting money. I thought you said Western Union. I was like, huh? Don't make your left hand know what your right hand is doing, said Edwin. Bang-a-rang, says Irvelyn. You know what I mean? Bonnie, good morning, Miss Bonnie, says you're right, Sandra. Tell them like it is, Auntie. Brenda says, I'm going to ask a question. Why does anyone think Michael is a target? People, let's be real. Name one that has done anything to benefit any Caymanian. This is exactly why nothing has changed here for so many years. Why do we think he's the target? Because I'm just telling you what the streets are saying. And there's a reason why my phone was blowing up yesterday from multiple sources and multiple people that said this is what John is gunning for. And he might have 1 or 2 supporters in there that can make this happen. This is less than a week outside of the budget being presented. This is ridiculous. John, you fooled us once. Shame on you. You fooled them Bordentown East people more than once, but you're not gonna fool the country to get back into any ministerial position ever again. Trust me, it not happening. Not again. Okay? So, wake up. Smell the Folgers coffee. Smell your Jamaican mountain coffee. That's the best one according to Marlon. Oh, can I tell you guys a bit of a joke? Speaking of Jamaican coffee, we were all the way in Europe. Was that Switzerland? I think it might have been in Switzerland. We were walking by one window where I think that was that Switzerland? I think that was Switzerland, yeah. We were walking by one window and there was a guy there like doing coffee. He had the little coffee. I don't know what that machine is. It was like mixing the coffee beans and stuff. So I was sitting there watching it. I was like, oh, this is like really cool. What do we see next to him? But a big bag that said, I gotta show you all the picture. It said Jamaican Blue Mountain Coffee. All the way in Switzerland to Ross. I was like, you take that. Yes, sir. That Blue Mountain Coffee making it all over the world. My goodness. Let me see if I can find that. That was so cool. I was like, what? Where does man get Blue Mountain Coffee from? Oh yeah. The big it was one of those big sacks sitting right there next to him. I was like, wow. And you know Marlon was so proud because he loved him a Blue Mountain Coffee. And he said, see that? That the best right there. I said, I hear you there, Bobo. I do think that was Switzerland. I'm gonna look at my pictures. So that was pretty cool. I was like, what are the chances? Yeah, look here. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all the grinding process. Hold on. Let me just download the video. And then you'll see the coffee there. I was like, wow, where did that Blue Mountain Coffee come from? Oh, we had such a fabulous time. Memories, good memories. Let me see. Yeah, okay, look at this. We got to wrap up the show now because thank God I didn't have any appointments today, but I got things to do still. Lots of work to do. Let me show you this picture. Big shout out to Cellular World. I'm going to tell you guys next week how they fixed up my phone for me. You can get their fancy machine that puts like a protector over your screen and then they bake it on so it doesn't come off. I'm not a coffee drinker, but Blue Mountain is the best, says Miss Margaret. Yes, apparently so. Look there. Look at that Blue Mountain thing. If you're calling it kind of late, caller, what is this called? So let me know what means around. Yeah? So that's what the machine does. And right in the corner where the man was standing, he kind of moved out of the way. You see the bag of Blue Mountain corn. I was like, what? No, I didn't do a little close up. I moved soon. That's a little machine that's talking. And then, like, when we moved, keep it there. It's not in a barrel. It was in a barrel, not a bag. But that little barrel that right there in the right-hand corner in the bottom, that says Jamaican Blue Mountain Coffee. Take that. Morning, caller.
Well, good morning again.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say, and I am biased because there is no coffee in the world that compares to Blue Mountain Jamaican coffee. And in fact, it don't have to be off the Blue Mountains. It can even be down by the foothills. But Jamaica produces the best coffee in the world.
Well, they must, according to the Swiss as well.
No, I'm sorry. Don't even go there.
Because they were there with it, right in the bag.
Oh, you mean you got it in Switzerland?
Yeah, this is what I'm telling you. This was the I said the Swiss must think so too.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Oh yeah, I knew I took a picture of it. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, I would say something, except it mightn't be right to say on the air, but let me not even think about it. That way I would be forced to say. Let me go back to coffee. For many, many, many years, Jamaica Blue Mountain Coffee was sold in Japan for $100 a cup. Okay? Yeah, Japan was their biggest consumer.
Whoa.
If that's the correct word to use. And I don't know if many people know this, that Jamaica doesn't actually own the Blue Mountain coffee anymore because the Japanese bought it from them. Yeah, of course, we know the mountains are still in Jamaica. It's still grown in Jamaica. And they kept the workers on, to pick the beans and so and so. It didn't lose its quality. Of course, it didn't lose its name. But that is the best coffee in the world. And I am a coffee drinker. And believe me, anywhere in the world that I have been, of course, I've had coffee. And I haven't found a coffee yet that comes close to Jamaican Blue Mountain Coffee or Jamaican coffee, period. Because it don't even have to be the Blue Mountain brand or Blue Mountain label, but it is the best coffee. And that is what I buy. And let me tell you something. Back my brother can give you a joke about this. I'm getting low on my stash now. So I was talking to him the other day, and he said to me, "Oh my God," he said, "Brenda, I really thought this was some urgent, some emergency that you need." I said, "It is an emergency. I'm running out of my coffee."
Oh my God. Well, that's when you know you're a coffee drinker, child.
Oh, well, like I said, you know, when
Marlon stacks up on his.
That's right. You know, one time, somebody was talking about giving me either a birthday gift or Christmas gift. I said, you got to think about that. I said, go and buy me some coffee. That's all. You don't have to wonder. I said, 3 things anybody can always give me. Well, do not buy me a book, but you can give me the gift certificate because you don't know whether I've had that book and read it already. But I'm a reader. I love my class and I love my coffee. And I mean, if they want to, they'll bonus, they can buy me some coffee, me too. But anyway, I'll settle for the coffee.
See the little barrel there? It says, I know it's kind of hard to read, but it says Jamaican Blue Mountain Coffee.
And you want me to tell you something? You know, someone gave me a little gift one time with this little barrel with the coffee. And, you know, I still have that until today. I wouldn't use the coffee. I just kept that as a little souvenir.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
All right.
But let me say, I didn't even call to talk about the coffee. I actually called because I wanted to touch on this absolute nonsense about Michael. For anybody that got this cloud wave or this dust in their brain to think that Michael's party is going to throw him to the wolves or under the bus for John Seymour or anybody else. Today's Friday, so I would encourage you to go and relax somewhere and clear your head, because I am telling you, it's not going to happen. And for the person that is confused or upset or whatever about Dan Scott doing an interview with Michael Miles, well, maybe you all should have listened to the interview. The reason Dan Scott was there, he is chairman.
I don't even know anything about that. Dan Scott did an interview Michael Miles?
Hold on. It was done by Compass. What's this thing called?
Oh, well, nobody not watching them, but all right.
No, hold on. This thing that Thomas Solomon.
Okay. Nobody not watching that. I know the party sent it for y'all to watch, but okay. All right.
Okay. So I'm just saying, when people listen to these, they need to hear.
No, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't know anything about it. That's why I'm also joking, but I'm not joking, if you know what I mean.
No. I'm just saying.
Nobody really watching it. I'm just
saying. If you're going to sit and watch a movie, at least try to understand it. And if you didn't understand it.
But I don't know that that's where this is coming from, because I haven't heard anybody mention that. So I don't know anything about the interview. I didn't even know they had an interview.
Anyway, so to let me just make my points, and then you free to contradict me or disagree with me or whatever. Oh my God!
Oh, that was 3 weeks ago. She only got 304 views. Don't worry, nobody not see that.
Yeah, but that's okay. The point I am making is Dan had every right to be there. They had just had their election, and he was there to make the announcement about who the board members are. And now that he said that Gary is the leader of the party, and Michael is deputy leader.
Oh,
okay. So what? And of course, she tried to tip Dan out by asking him or by saying to him, "But I'm sure that you have a lot to say to this." And he said, "Absolutely not." He said, "I'm not a member of the government. I don't know about these things, and neither should I." Okay, and that was the correct answer to give her. And but just to say, I didn't catch everything that Debbie said, but it's not a surprise to me that they would single out Michael, and that's only because now they want to start this new narrative and think about white Michael that they're selecting to talk about he's replacing. And Cabinet is not fighting with Michael. I'm not saying that every single member in Cabinet is jumping over the hoops. And unfortunately, prime one that should be doing it is not doing it, but I can leave that be. But Michael is going to succeed in what he's doing, because Michael ain't doing this for Michael. Michael ain't doing this for handlers. He's not doing this for special interest groups that are always coming in and kicking people off the pedestals, and then they have to abandon everything that they have tried to do to help Caymanians, like that dinosaur labor law that we still got in effect.
All right.
Michael is doing this because this was his promise to his people. This is what the party campaign done. So I would say to everyone that perhaps of wishful thinking that he can be replaced by John Seymour, ask yourself, if in fact that Michael would be kicked out and replaced, why would John Seymour be the choice? And I can leave you with that question. So, all right?
Yes, my dear. I can only tell you what the streets were going on with. And in fact, the streets were trying to give me so much details that they were saying that apparently Premier Andre Ebanks had met with John and had lunch at Brasserie. And so I had to say, hold on a second. Let me confirm these things because this is what the street's saying. Let me see how this story go. So I reached out to the Premier's team and he issued a statement, and I shall read it to you now. Came in last night, and it should be in our story that we did. So we got a statement from the Progressives. We obviously saw John's resignation. I knew what the streets were saying, and I said, let me try to verify. I asked for a statement. Let me see here now. Last night was Thursday. Oh, his office always sends it to my other email address. Hold on. I always go to this one, but they sent it to that one. So, yes. So the response that came from his office, he says, in response to your request for a statement, he said, and I quote from the office of the Premier, I did not have lunch with Mr. Seymour. And in any event, I was unaware of his intent to resign from the PPM until I read his notice today. The National Coalition for Caymanians, NCFC, remains fully intact with zero changes. And that is from the Honorable Andre Ebanks. The man never minced his words. He answered the question directly and straight. And until we have any evidence to the contrary, we will believe him at his word. Okay? So I don't know how y'all claiming that you saw him at Brasserie with John. You must have saw him there with some other black man, and you're confused that was John. The man said he not had lunch with him. It is what it is. And I mean, just because you saw him at lunch with him, that didn't necessarily, you couldn't jump to that big conclusion that it was that this is what was being discussed. But in any event, I'm just saying. All right. So it is what it is. That's all I can say on that. Let's keep it moving. Leave Michael right there. Make him do him. And we'll see where we get. Okay? Like I said, I hope he'll take a little bit of advice. He's stomping his feelings. We have every need for our ministers, all of them, but especially the ministerial responsibilities that he has. We have every need for him to succeed. But we'll see. Okay, get to work. More talking and less, more work and working and less chatting. So I don't know. But all kind of rumors swirling around, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of the foolishness. All right, so everything is intact. There are no changes. We don't care what John doing. Him and Chris Saunders, the PPM, they're gonna do them. They're fine. We need stability in this country, and we deserve stability. Cameron says, let's just wish Michael the best. Yep, we wish the country the best. All right, folks, that's all I got. 4 hours of chat this morning. Y'all should be fine going into the weekend. I hope you have a wonderful and blessed weekend. Couple announcements I'm going to play for you now. Please listen carefully to these, and then I will see you, God's willing, Monday morning. No drinking and driving. No crazy driving in the roadways this weekend, please, and thank you.
The Fall Labour Force Survey and Quality of Life Survey conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office, ESO, starts on Sunday, September 28th. The Labour Force Survey seeks to collect data on the employed and unemployed persons in the Cayman Islands, as well as those who are not in the labour force. The Quality of Life Survey seeks to gather information on life satisfaction, sense of well-being, financial security, economic outlook, social inclusion, sense of belonging to the local community, and perceived health. Trained interviewers with ESO ID cards will visit randomly selected households. The interviews are confidential in accordance with the Statistics Act. No individual data will be published or disclosed. Survey data are exempt from Freedom of Information requests. For more details, please call the ESO hotline at 516-3329. That is, 516-3329. The Fall Labour Force Survey and Quality of Life.
Infrastructure is more than roads and buildings.
It's our lifelines connecting East End to West Bay, Kimmebrack to Little Cayman, and the Cayman Islands to the world.
It established the route to get our children to school, keep our hospitals powered, and support our businesses every day.
Through hard work, ingenuity, and perseverance, people make that happen.
From the early pioneers who paved the first paths and laid the first pipes,
to the innovators who modernize water, energy, telecoms, ports, and our airport.
They're the quiet hands that build resilience.
And the vision that keeps Cayman going strong.
Now it's our turn to recognize them. Know someone who built, maintained, or improved the Cayman Islands we love?
Nominate them today at gov.ky/YSCH. Click Nominate today.